Good morning, well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Erasure Perkins. How's everybody doing today? Well, in the afternoon. Sorry, I didn't have a show, and I've been pushing it back. It's just I had a few things I had to take care of and stuff. So, salute to everybody who's on here now. What's going on, E-Will? Salute, salute, salute. Um, Today we're gonna talk about something pretty dope. Give me a second. There we go. Give me a second. See. Uh, I just gotta put something in the chat. That's a few links and stuff I have to put in the chat. All right, and also today, don't use super chat. If you're gonna donate some money, you can use the GoFundMe, or you can use the GoFundMe, or you can use the Cash App. The reason why is because most of the money, if not all the money, is going into the short film that is actually coming up soon. So definitely keep a lookout for that. And give me a second. All right, this on. Let's see. All right, we're good. So yeah, just definitely keep a lookout for that. But today we got really something really good to talk about. The Pan African movement in the global erasure of Black Americans, or also known as foundational Black Americans. I think this is super important, and the reason why I think it's very important. Give me a second. The reason why I think it's very important, I'm gonna say this. I think it's very important because at the end of the day, we are seeing erasure of Black Americans. So definitely, it's gonna be very hard to erase us, but the second class people are trying to replace us. So definitely there is an erasure going on from our history to our culture to um our beliefs. It's all being erased right now in front of our eyes, and definitely no. So definitely, yeah, we got to be aware. We got to be aware of what's going on, and it's from the Pan Africans. The reason why we're talking about Pan Africans this week, because I think it's very important, because what they're doing right now is they're reinventing themselves. When you reinvent yourself, is you're trying something new. You're trying something where things will be a little bit difficult for certain people, or it's gonna be a new thing that you do. Give me a second. I'm just putting in tags. Bronze Reaper Media. So yeah, definitely. This is happening right in front of our eyes, and we'll watch a few videos on it. And I'll definitely do something small tomorrow because this might be a little bit of a late show, and I have to run up to my job and work on to this map training. So yeah. Um, Give me a second. Let me see if that's enough. That should be good. So yeah, that like I said, that's very important of what's going on. It is a erasure. That is really happening, especially to our culture. Our culture is being taken in front of us. It been. Can I say something real quick? Really quick. Yes, you can. What would you like to say, Robin? You know. Yeah, you can say something. But yeah, our culture is being taken away. So definitely, you got to keep your eyes, on what's actually going on in America. You know. Let me see. Let me fix a few things. Yeah, I think that's good for right now. So yeah, I do want to say this as well. Thing about Pan-Africanism, it would work if they wasn't trying to erase Black American culture or steal it or, say, yeah, stealing. I said it right, stealing. And the reason why I said stealing is because we created something so beautiful in this country where it cannot be duplicated. It could even be, it just can't be duplicated. I don't think we'll ever see this ever again but out of any culture, you know. So yeah, it's definitely let me see. Maybe you are making a big deal out of nothing. You get me? Africa deserves to be a world power, but they can't because of colonialism. They can't take away the U.S. legacy. What legacy? So I'm gonna say this: when you say African, that's not Black Americans. We have African genetics, yes, absolutely, I agree with that. But being African, no. My family, my lineage is probably 15, probably 20, 15 to 16, maybe even 20 generations out of Africa, depending where did they come from. Don't forget, Black Americans has like a unique mixture. We have Black American culture where Black Americans can be Aboriginals, or I don't like saying Aboriginal. I like to say red natives or black natives. They can be European. They can be Slavics is red Indians. They can be Africans. So when you say Africans, yeah, but I'll say this. Africans actually set themselves up for failure. And the reason why I say they kind of set themselves up for failure generations ago, um, and I hope you get what I'm saying when I say they set themselves up. They allied themselves with the European. When they were out here selling other Africans and they were looking at Africans as commodities, they sold them. That's why you have admixtures in all those places in North and South America. It is because of the Europeans. A lot of those people didn't, well, all of those people didn't migrate to America or South America. Those people were enslaved. So, um, that's why I say they brought that on themselves. Instead of listening to their ancestors, where their ancestors told them, do not do not let those Europeans in Africa. They told them that probably 15 to 20,000 years ago. Do not let the Europeans into Africa because they are savages. They are uncivilized. The African didn't listen to their ancestors. They wanted to get along. They wanted to be like the European, and this is what happens. Do I feel bad for Africans? To a certain extent, no. So because if they really wanted Africa, they can fight for Africa. But they don't. They want to run to the European country. There's a thing called a choice. So at the end of the day, I do get you, Robin, but they had a choice to fight, stay and fight, and not forget about their lineage, but they choose not to. So yeah. Um they they are stealing it and making a profit, but it fails every time. Prime example, Essence. Yeah, facts. They failed Essence, yeah. Essence was a failure because at the end of the day, you can't cosplay perfection. You know, if it's not you, it's not you. So that's not their culture. And I tell people this all the time. African, Black American culture is not African culture. There's a big difference between African culture and Black American culture. It has always been that way. We have different foods, we have different culture, we have different lineage, we have different structure. So like we don't so I'm gonna say this. What went wrong with Africans is tribalism. Instead, hold on one second. Because I'm trying to get a tattoo, everybody. So yeah, okay. Um, what went wrong with Africa is tribalism. There are too many tribes in Africa where they should have been allies. Salute, salute, combo. What's going on? What's going on, fresh always? Salute, salute. Let's get a 004. I think that's it is. But that was the problem. You know, it's too many tribes. If they put it this way, if Black Americans had so many tribes like that in Africa, they would never take over Africa. You know, they would never take over Africa. You know, especially with people like us. We would have never sold our own people. That's why I always tell people over the times there are what they used to call them wild Indians and civilized Indians. The civilized Indians has always been the red Indians. It always had been the Slavic Indians. The ones that look Mexican or Asianish, those were the civilized Indians. Those are the ones that were Americanized, you know? Cuz it was easy to make them make them a part of their society. The wild Indians, they couldn't. That's why they had slavery. You know, that's why they stopped. That's why people was telling them stop sending those type of Indians or those type of natives to our country because they're killing the Europeans. You know, and it's not to kick nobody's back in, but at the end of the day, this is just what's happening. You know, they stopped sending us to other countries because to help because we were over there killing people. We had a taste of blood. We had a taste of warfare. When people don't have a taste of warfare, they're gonna do everything to stay alive. A person who has a taste of warfare don't care because they understand that you're gonna live or die sooner or later. You know, so yeah, like it is what it is. You know, people mistake. Black people mistake was thinking white people were kind people. Yeah. Um, I would say in this generation, yes. And the reason why I blame the civil rights and I blame Pan Africanism for that too. The reason why I blame Pan Africanism, and this is just me, because when those people were going through the Democrat situation, nobody didn't say anything. You didn't hear the Democrats talking about. I mean, you didn't hear the Pan Africans talking about, oh, yo, don't mess with the Democrats. You know, they were basically telling us, pick the lesser of two evils. You know, that's what they were basically telling us. You know, they didn't really help us out really. So it's put it this way: they put us in a very bad situation, and that's just how I think. That's how I feel. You know, they put us in a very bad situation. Um, but you learn from your mistakes. So I will say that we learn from our mistakes. You know, it is what it is, though. We can't get mad anymore. But you are right. To hey, what's going on, Charlie Shaw? Salute, salute, salute. Um, but yeah, you are right. You know, you're right, Random, about that. What's going? I seen that one. I seen that one. For real, all Africans has to do is get together, start currency on gold, and it is a game over. Um, you're right, Robin, but they don't know how to work together. Like, I'll ask you this, and you can probably not answer this question. When have you ever seen Africa ever really unite like that? Africa has really never united, because it's a tribalistic continent, you know. That's why like they didn't start having countries until what? The late 1800s, I think, And that's why I did the Berlin conference. So y'all can learn about stuff like that. So you can do your own research. So you can be like, "Oh, yo, you know what? I learned about the Berlin conference. I want to do more research on it and what happened. Why is Africa so fucked up? Africa been fucked up since the 1860s, 1870s. You know, and the thing that what they used on the Africans was the Willie Lynch. You know, if you ever read the Willie Lynch letter, it's a really like fucked up book. I had to drink a whole bottle of wine to finish that book, and it's not even that big. It's like that big. You know. Do I got that still? It's somewhere over here. But yeah, the Willie Lynch letter. It's basically they'll tell you it's how to control a black person. So it's or a nigger. Turn old against young, women against men, light skin versus dark skin. You give a little bit to one person and you starve the other. It's a very bad situation. But one thing I'll say this: I'm tired of hearing Africans say is, "Oh, I'm not a slave. I don't got a mind. I don't got a slave man mindset." The fuck you mean you don't got a slave mindset? If you don't got a slave mindset, why aren't you in your fucking country fighting for your country? You know, you out here calling yourself Mbutu and Tutu. It's because don't forget, I don't think, and this is me, I don't think Africans ever had last names. They went by claims, I think. So it's hold on a second. Because I'm trying to get a tattoo, everybody. Give me a second, everybody. I apologize. Uh, mm, but yeah, that's how you gotta think. Like, and this is just me, man. Like I'm gonna say this: if Pan Africans was really serious about Black Americans actually really helping global Black, they should have been policing what was going on, the tension of what was going on with Africans and Blacks. I would say that. I could jump out the window and say that. But Dr. Umar wasn't doing nothing. He was just pussyfooting around these Caribbeans and Africans. Professor Smalls, he damn near did that and just turned on black people for no reason. Then after that, who else? Those are the only two I can think of right now, like solid Pan Africans. You know, Black Americans are not falling for the banana too. Yep, you're right, Rando. It's like for remember the last show I was explaining to y'all about Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a Mexican white supremacist. And now he is talking about everybody needs to get along. We need to all unite. Democrats and Republicans, blacks and whites, and all this bullshit. Shadow Band never called the one that comes here the best of the worst. Ooh, I'm gonna watch that network. Shadow Band. Yeah, I watched it a little bit, but he be on point with most of his shit that he be saying, man. I fucks with that. Facts bombs legacy. I agree with you too. But yeah, you're right about that, Charlie Shaw. A lot of these people be calling this stuff out, man. Oh man, you know what I just seen too? Remember that joint where I don't know if y'all seen it. It was like a few days ago. Viral way. They were just going crazy on Black Americans. I called Mr. Viral, Mr. Viral, the Nipsey Glazer. Every time, something has to deal with Africans, he always uses Nip, not thinking that his mother is a Black American. Yeah, the nigga talk about his African experience. Okay, cool, but he's still a Black American. He's still a foundational Black American. It's why do everybody get this shit fucked up? Because a nigga call an African or a Caribbean or somebody a tether doesn't mean Caribbean or Africans can't be a tether. I mean, can be a tether. It doesn't. It's not a derogatory term. It's just a coonish shit that you're doing. If you're doing some Sambo shit, motherfuckers is gonna call you a sellout. Africans are sellouts. They've been selling out Black Americans ever since they got to this fucking country. So they've been selling out niggas longer than that. But let's personally be honest. A lot of these Africans have been selling out Black Americans. Look at Joy Reeds. She thinks she could talk about our culture and tell us what our culture is. That's why with Vic Mansa it's so disrespectful because he's not even a part of this culture. You're just a fucking Obama, my man. And when I say he's an Obama, it's because homie is was it from his father's from Ghana, his mother's white. Like, come on, my man. And there's nothing, like I said, there's nothing wrong with having white parents, but you can't talk if your family ain't from the culture. You know, and like put it this way: if you're trying to tell somebody what is wrong with a culture and stuff like that, and your culture's all fucked up, maybe you shouldn't be talking about it. You see, and I'm gonna say this for a prime example. Godfrey. Everybody gives Godfrey a pass to a certain extent, and the reason why, because of the stuff that he does know, and he does try. But certain shit that he did that was fucked up, and like I had to pick a side, even though I was wrong for even picking a side because I think both of them are fucked up, and it was because of the Godfrey and the Lord Jamar. I should have picked neither because at the end of the day, Lord Jamar did some kind of sucker shit. It was kind of some sucker shit. Let's be personally honest about it. When Lord Jamar went back to Vlad, and there's nothing wrong. If you want to go to Vlad, that's cool. I don't see nothing wrong with that. Get your paper up. But once you leave, you should have just stayed gone. You should stay gone and stuff like that. A lot of these people can't adapt to that because it's not their culture. They don't understand like, yo, why these motherfuckers don't really fuck with Vlad. I understand why people don't really fuck with Vlad, you know? Um do I look at Vlad as a cancer? I will say this though. I wouldn't trust him to do an interview with him. No, I wouldn't. If anything, I would just have a friendly relationship talk with him, not on air. You don't need to know my life. If you want to do my life, fucking do a documentary on me, son. I think Vlad is a snake. Me too. To a certain extent. I know why you don't like Vlad, Robin, because the nigga's a small hat. But he's a small. I told y'all he's a small hat. Asking too many questions. Um, I'm gonna be personally honest, Robin. That's mostly a white thing. Just asking too many questions and like I went out with an Irish girl. She asked so many fucking questions. I'm like, yo, sweetheart, why you asking so many questions? You don't need have the questions you asking. You don't need to know. Like, why you asking all these questions, baby girl? She's like, oh, I want to know who I'm getting with. And you know what she ended up doing? She ended up actually marrying an African. You know, um, give me a second. But it's a Did you see Westmore on Edmond Petit Bridge? In respect of Bloody Sunday. Nah, I didn't see him on that bridge. Hey, you know what I was fucking with Charlie Shaw? DC, or is it DC or Baltimore music? You ever heard of this guy named Rod Lee? He does, I think, DC music. But I don't ask him on peers some question. Yeah, I know. You're right about that Bombs Legacy. Yeah, Rod Lee, yo, there's this new song out, and there's a dance move called there's this new dance line. This line dance. It's called No Sugar, No Cream. It's a new dance. I don't know if it's new. It's probably old. Let me check. Let me see how old it is. This is not his history. They are always using our construct. Yeah, they do. Charlie Shaw, and that's where I will always say that. I always tell them don't do that because it's insulting. I always tell them that. Even small hats. I said don't do that. It's insulting. Oh, we've been through the same thing. No, we haven't. No, we dealt with it for 250 years, plus three to four different types of systems. You dealt with it for a few. Was it was it 5 to 8 years and got your own country? That's why I always tell them it's insulting. Don't do that. It's very insulting. You know. Yeah, but I tell people that don't do that. It's insulting. Don't compare my struggles with your struggles. You know. I said none of your countries are underwater, so the fuck? What's going on, Big Grim? I mean, Big Remy. Salute, salute. But yeah, you'll see that a lot, man. I always tell people stop doing that. It's very insulting. Oh, it is. Yeah, it's insulting. Don't do that. It offends me. That's why I always tell Africans stop calling me brother because it offends me. Why not? Why does it offend you? I was like, because 9 out of 10, most of y'all got to turn on me. So don't call me brother. Please don't do that. It's insulting. That's why I always tell Kwame, please don't do that. When Kwame was on here, please don't call me brother Kwame. Stop doing that. Hey, what's going on, brother? Don't do that. It offends me. But yeah, it's offensive. That's why I don't like that. But people still do it though. That's why I always laugh. I was like, yeah, they're gonna still do it anyways. Fuck a fraud, Dr. Umar. Yeah, Dr. Umar, let me tell you something. I do want to do this show. I want to do a show on Friday called Is Pan Africanism a Cult? I'm gonna do that on Friday. Um the reason why I want to do that one Friday is because I think that would be a very interesting question to ask. Is it a cult? You know? Why do people follow it? Why is it so important? So it's I feel like this. The reason why I always tell people all the time, and like this is why I have y'all monitoring stuff. I don't want y'all to monitor anybody who just talk crazy. Let niggas talk crazy. That's what this show is. This is why it's called the Bronze Reaper. First of all, we're foundational Black Americans. Foundational Black Americans has gone through everything. We've been through everything, but we know how to defend ourselves. That's what makes us so. This is what makes us so super dope. Is that we know how to defend ourselves out of everything. Blocking people, timing out people. If only time I want y'all to time out people is if somebody's calling somebody a sexual deviant, and I'm talking about not in a joking way, like you call somebody a rapist or some shit like that. No, I don't want you to do that. You need to have a timeout, or you're giving out false information where you can hurt somebody's career or a job. And the reason why is that's to protect us. Well, me too, because I can get sued. Well, you didn't say nothing, Rosalind. Shit, I let these niggas talk crazy. You know how many conspiracies have these niggas said on my show? Like conspiracies, I don't give a fuck. You can talk conspiracies on my show. That's super dope. I like conspiracies. That's why I do the Reapers Nation. And I put shit up here just so I can put everything down in my book and stuff. Speaking of book, give me a second. I have to check my agenda book. But I can still talk. But yeah, it's that's the only time I want y'all to block. I mean, not block, but time people out and stuff like that. Because I did not know y'all was timing out fucking what's his name, Shabaka, and Shabaka's yelling at me. I'm like, Shabaka, what the fuck are you talking about? I didn't time you out. If I'm gonna time you out, I'm gonna tell you I'm timing you out. What the fuck? This nigga, and it was one of y'all doing it. But give me a second, everybody. Oh, everybody. Also too, I've been looking at grants, film grants. So definitely, I'll be doing some not shows, but certain contests where I will put this shit, not my show, but my short film out to get grants and stuff. So I talked to A24, I talked to Paramount. Was it Paramount? There's a few people that I have been talking for, say we get the film grant. Yeah. Yeah, definitely we're gonna get the film grant. No, yo, just wait. Oh, it was you, Carver? I thought it was everybody. I was like, yeah, no, I don't want y'all to do that, man. I want to think about, because you know what? I always say this. I believe in all of y'all. I believe in all of y'all, not just foundational Black Americans. All of y'all. I believe that you know what, we can actually, we can, like all of us, we can handle what goes on in this show. The two people that couldn't handle what going on in the show was SP and Ping One. Those are the only people who couldn't handle it. So definitely yeah, those are the two people who couldn't handle the show, cuz that's why they were trying to get my show straight. You know, like Shabaka won't do it. If Shabaka does it, I will put him down for good. I will block him for good, as I did to those two. You know me, I don't block. I don't really. Only time I copy straight is when people get out of control. Shabaka hasn't deserved it in a very long time, because Shabaka, when we're talking about Pan Africanism, this is the time. This is the time where you know what, the show is going to be interesting. What is it? What is your movie good thought? It's a drama crime movie. Robin, you know, it's called Brother Morningstar. Brother Morningstar, Sir Adam's Great Betrayal. You know, I wanna I wanna take the picture I've been looking for is because I'm gonna play Virgil Morningstar. I'm gonna play the star, but I want to be sitting in a chair with a gun with Sir Adam holding an apple, a red apple. The red apple is the first person, you know, first person like Adam and Eve. Adam is known for the apple. Eating Adam and Eve is known for the apple. You know. Um. So I have great ideas. Um. It's gonna be a. Have you had a tether call and pretend to be a? No, not yet. Not yet, Rando. Nice. Go to A24. But yeah, but the only thing about that, they don't do grants. So I have to actually find somebody that works for A24 now. That's my next goal. It is gonna be very unique. And the reason why I say it's gonna be very unique because I'll actually see how this businesses work. Let me see what's going on. Yada yada yada. But yeah, it's. I'll say this. Just talking to these people, it's very difficult because you got to learn how to talk these people's language and stuff. And like me, I just want to write and do the podcast and stuff like that, and like I'll be Gucci that way. You need like a whole screenplay though. Yeah, I just finished it. Yeah, I just finished it. You know, I need you to do this. Robin, I need you to do this for me. Hit me up on my email. You know, hit me up on my email, and we can chat. You know, because you're in the film situation, you're in the filming too. So me, the only thing that's only thing I have problems with is um finance and actors. That's it. Writing and finding areas. It's easy money. I don't have any connections in the industry though. I don't need no connections. I just need to know how would I find certain things. Like how would I find actors? How would I find um finance to fund it or funding? I'm sorry, the word funding. So that's what I want to work on. That's the next thing I'll be working on Saturday is trying to find funding. You know, I'm trying to get these tattoos done. I'm gonna start getting these tattoos done on Friday. Was it on Friday? Because I'm gonna be busy. Well, yeah, Friday. Because I'm gonna be busy. Give me a second. See if this dude let me up. Sorry, everybody. Yeah. So yeah, it's define actors. Just put up a casting call. Yeah, actually, you know what? I actually made a flyer, and I'm gonna have to put it on my business Facebook. The business Facebook, yeah. I'll have to put it on there where I can't find it. Um, so it's like I said, it's gonna be a lot of work, but I know I can do it. I just I gotta finish up this map training. Once I finish the map training, I'm good. I'm Gucci. So it's just a lot of work that I have to do right now. Like everything came at the worst time, but I'll figure it out. Yeah, I'll figure it out. It's always like that though. That's how my life is. It's always busy. Yeah, it's always like my life always been that busy. So it's this ain't nothing new. Yeah, this ain't nothing new. Mm, mm, there's just be like that. Give me a second, everyone. Yeah, this tattoo guy, yeah, he's not funny. But yeah, it's just I don't know, man. It's gonna be a lot to do. Um, I will say this though. This is the most fun I had since last year. Let me see. All right, here we go. Sorry, I just gotta put this thing back in live. All right, there we go. Yeah, it's just this is the most I had fun. The reason why I say I had so much fun last year is because um hold on a second. Hmm. But yeah, yeah, like I said, it be like that. Like my life is really crazy. But let's get back into what we say. You know what? I had some notes that I wanted to talk about. So the notes that I wanted to talk about in this topic is Pan Africans pushes global blackness to the black diaspora. I think that's very important and we have to talk about that is because we got to understand why are they pushing this global blackness. What I got is Pan Africans goals was to try to bring black diasporas back to Africa to build, you know. Like I always say I always had a problem with that and the reason why I had a problem with that is we can't stay in Africa. We won't get full citizenship in Africa. It's only Africans that get that full citizenship. You know, as a black man, we wouldn't get that. So it it makes no sense to even try to build in Africa if we can't stay in Africa. Give me a second. It's because my chair's. There we go. Yeah, it's like building somewhere and you know you can't live there. You know, that's my whole issue was with Africa. Yeah, Africa is already cooked by colon. Yeah, they've been cooked, but it's we can. I'm gonna say this: it is kind of too late for Africans to be saying, "Yo, we all need to come together." While Black Americans has been saying it since the 1900s, early 1900s. It's 2026 now, and you're just figuring out that your country is a piece of shit right now because of these white colonial white supremacists. No, if it takes you this long to figure out shit, why would I want to hang out with, or why would I want to build with you? You know, we always talk about this flat blackness shit, but it just doesn't do anything for Black Americans. The next thing was Pan African movement was pushing more in was being pushed more in America. More in America, more in America. Yeah, more in America, and I think that was always a problem. The reason why I thought it was a problem because there was no Pan Africanism in Africa. There hasn't been Pan Africans in Africa. This is why when these people go to Africa, and when you talk to these Africans, they like, what the fuck is a Pan Africanism? What the fuck is that red, black, and green flag? You might get some people who be like, oh yeah, yo, that's my flag. They wear the red, black, and green or the red, gold, and green, you know, and you'd be like, yo, what the hold on a second. I'm sorry, but I'm doing like 50 things. But yeah, you'd be like, yo, what the why are we the only ones carry like yo, you gotta understand, black Americans been raising that flag for like forever. You know? They've been raising that flag since was it the early 1960s. And I think that's when the erasure started after the Black Panther movement. Like, and everybody always wants to talk about, oh yeah, the Black Panther didn't turn on immigrants and yada yada yada. If they see what the fuck was going on now in 2026, they wouldn't want shit to do with immigrants. And I'm just being personally honest because at the end of the day, the reason why a lot of our laws hasn't been passed was because of everybody was on that flat blackness. You got a person from fucking Costa Rica talking about what has been going on ever since his parents before his parents was even on this fucking country. Telling us, oh well, you know what, we shouldn't get reparations because what is it? We shouldn't get reparations because what about my family? How would we know who we get it? My family's from Costa Rica. That nigga, that means you don't get it. Of course you're gonna be against it, because that's some hating shit. Then we bring up how many people got reparation, you'd be like, oh well, that was before. Like niggas never got out of that type of program. Like, let's personally be honest. Don't forget, it went into segregation. It went into redlining. I was looking at this shit in the 1970s when black schools in Boston was integrated. These white kids was saying like, "Yo, we don't want these black kids to go up in our schools and stuff." They were talking about. They were talking like Nick Fuentes was talking. They're violent. They're gonna rob me. They're gonna stab me. This is what these white Irish kids was saying in Boston. I don't want them to come up to our school and stuff like that. Yo, it was crazy. It was crazy. And you know what? And that's why I always tell people I don't believe in segregation, but I do believe in separations. I don't think all of us can be together. And the reason why is because look how these motherfuckers treat us and they're not even in our communities. The Nick Fuentes ain't in no real fucking Chicago. You know? Who else? Donald Trump never been in no hood area. Obama really never been in the hood area. Obama only been in the hood area when he was in college. Because they say he lived out of a dope house. You know? So it's like I was saying, it's a weird situation with Obama. You know, and first of all, he couldn't even adapt because he's not black American. That's not his culture. So he don't have to adapt to that shit, you know? Look how fucking what's her name? Candace Owens talks. You know she never lived in no fucking hood. She never lived in a fucking hood a day in her fucking life, but she got so much to say about black people. You know, and this is why I say reparations taxes are already too high. No, I just have to pay random like whoa shit, you gotta blame. But this is what I'm saying, Robin. That's not our problem. That's not our problem that them taxes was high. We're not suing y'all. We are suing the government. The government has done that. And you know what? Y'all didn't fight. Y'all didn't try to stop it. So y'all benefit off of it. Everybody benefit off of black free labor. All of a sudden these niggas saying like, yo, you gotta pay? You talking about, oh, let me ask you a question. Do you go in the grocery store and say like, yo, you go shopping, then you be like, oh, yo, you know what? I ain't got no bread. No, I ain't got no money. Do you think they're gonna say, oh, you know what? Just leave. It's all right. You can have it for free. Or they gonna be like, nigga, you can't have any, or put the shit back. Go put the motherfucker back. That's the same thing that y'all did. Y'all are y'all complaining on getting some shit and now saying that, oh, we don't have money for it. Nigga, it's not my problem. That's what they're gonna say. It's not my fucking problem. You still gotta pay, or you're gonna have to give some shit up. Like, let me give you an example. The Irish, you're Irish. Do you think you could have came over here to America if y'all wasn't indentured servants? Y'all don't need no reparations because you know what? You came over here by choice. It was a choice. Y'all could have went to Haiti or Jamaica. Give me a second. Yeah, you could have went to Haiti or Jamaica. You know, I think we just ran from the British. Yeah, yeah. Y'all ran to Y'all went to Britain. You went to Jamaica. Y'all ran to Haiti. Y'all ran to a lot of places. You know, a lot of y'all Irish. Yeah, you didn't know that, Robin? Yeah, y'all was in Haiti. Y'all was in Jamaica. That's why those people got those Irish names in Jamaica. Yeah. All jokes aside, you got them Irish names. You know. Okay, that's fine. Don't tax us though. Like, if you saying that you don't have money, that's a lie. You can't use the same trick twice and say it's gonna work, Robin. Because we can talk about COVID, where y'all didn't have money, but y'all was giving out free money to everybody. So y'all have money. It's just y'all don't want to. Y'all cheap. It's just y'all don't want to give money. It's just, let's be honest. Y'all have money. It's just y'all don't want to give money. Y'all don't want to give it to Black Americans. You'll give free resources to people who just jump over from Mexico. Because they had a hard. Because they come from a poverty country, a impoverished country, and y'all just give them a whole bunch of resources. But when it comes to Black Americans, where do you live at? How old you are? We have to go through an obstacle to get all of that stuff. I told you about. Let me tell you something. I don't think I ever told you this, Robin. I remember when I tried to get food stamps because I lost my job. They would not give me no fucking food stamps. They did not give me no fucking food stamps at all, and I didn't have a fucking job. It's telling you something, man. Just because I have some money doesn't mean I am giving it away just because of your skin color. No, you're not giving it from the skin color. You're giving it because you think America's thinking that they could get shit for free. Shit ain't for free. Do we have to talk about the Boston Tea Party when the British was getting free shit and y'all threw the tea over in the water and say fuck y'all niggas? This is why there's a such thing called a Boston Tea Party. Yeah. The English thought they was getting free shit, so now it's Black Americans. Y'all got all this beautiful shit. Y'all got the y'all got electricity, y'all got the light bulb. You get to sit in chairs, you got doors, you get to shit in toilets because of Black people. You had trillions of dollars of free labor that you didn't pay for yet. Yes, it's time to pay up, man. It's time to pay up. It's And this is why I always tell you this, Robin. Remember what you asked me? Why don't we work together? And I told you, I was like, yo, white Americans are notorious of breaking treaties. Y'all break all your treaties with Black people. Y'all are notorious treaty breakers. We can't trust you. This is why when y'all go through problems, y'all got to handle y'all shit yourselves, because at the end of the day, you're just going to turn against us after the shit is fixed. For example, 9/11. Everybody was American in America on 9/11. Once that shit was over, the patriotics was out the way. Oh, those are them niggas over there. Them niggas is violent. Don't trust them. But you wanted us to fight your wars. You want us to have unity, but y'all break treaties. I'm being personally honest, Robin. I think culturally, your people are the most untrustworthy people ever. I think y'all way more untrustworthy than the Nigerians and the Indians. And Indians and Nigerians are the biggest scammers in the world, you know? And I have to say that because at the end of the day, historically, y'all break treaties. It doesn't, they're still white, Robin. Those small hats are still white. You cannot take them whiteness away from them folks, you know? The Irish are not doing anything. The Irish was a part of the racism too, especially in Boston. Do I gotta bring up your buddy Whitey Bozier? James Whitey Bozier? Probably one of the biggest racists in Massachusetts. So his hooligan gang, they didn't like black people. They kept a lot of black people out of South Boston. Do we have to bring up the whole situation with Mark Wahlberg? Like, yeah, Robin, y- don't get it twisted, man. The Irish just became white. Yes, but he's still a white man, Robin. Whitey is a CIJ agent. Yeah, he was an informant. Don't blame. He was an informant, but he's still Irish. It doesn't take his Irish away from him. Don't forget, he was taking care of South Boston while he was killing hundreds of people. You know, I'm just being personally honest. You know, we have to be like. I'll say this. Um, Whitey Bozier. Did people have sympathy when he died? No, I don't think he needed any type of fucking sympathy. He needed to die. You know, when that guy fucking cut his throat, beat the shit out of him, cut his throat, and pulled his tongue out his throat, and gave him a Colombian necktie. That man was doing God's work. That man had 25 years. Now he's doing life without parole in the Colorado prison. That man did God's work. Whitey Bulger was a very, very evil guy. Very evil guy. He's the worst of the worst. You know, so I get it, Robin. I get it. Because don't forget, y'all just became white. Y'all just became white, I think, in the 1900s, the early 1900s, or the late 1800s. Y'all just became white. Yeah, yeah, Whitey probably had some issues. Yeah, he had some issues, all right. Now them issues is solved because the motherfucker's dead, you know? So I do want to say this though. Um because I want to get back to this Pan African thing real fast. Um the thing else I put is Pan Africans did not really take off into the 1960s. Like, give me a second. So Pan Africanism, it did work a little bit in the early 1900s where um Marcus Garvey until they found out he was a scammer and they sent his fucking ass back. Then he ran from Jamaica to the UK and never stepped a foot in Africa. I think that's when the scamming started. But in the 1960s, it was pushed a little bit more by the CIA. You know, I know a lot of Pan Africans don't like me saying that, but it's the fucking truth. Yeah, the gang that you love, the group that you love, was pushed by the CIA. No ends and buts about it. It was pushed by the CIA. That's why the CIA wanted to push it. They didn't have an issue. And I'm gonna say this: the reason why they had an issue and they wanted to push the Pan Africanism because it was a watered down revolts. Like, let's personally be honest. How many Pan Africans you know went to jail for, you know, doing some harness shit. Like it's not that many. If not, there's not any. Like look what Dr. Umar does. Look what Professor Smalls does. Those is professors that they just teach it. But we're talking about people in the forefront. These people in the forefront, they weren't, you know, they wasn't doing the brolic shit like, these other people were doing. You know? And let's be honest about it. They weren't. They weren't. It's just it is what it is. I think it was pushed to calm down what black Americans were doing. Don't forget there was a lot of these liberation army groups, militant groups coming out here actually really shooting people, really blowing up police stations, really setting people's houses on fire and stuff like that. These were revolts. These were militant people. There's this guy y'all need to look up. His name was Fred Williams. He came out of the military. He was tired of seeing what was going on with his people, and he started giving black people guns and teaching them how to be militant. The motherfucker just died, I think, in the early 2000, 2010, I think. You know, and he was on the FBI list doing the shit that he was saying. Martin Luther King had a problem with him because don't forget, Martin Luther King's agenda was peaceful protest. His wasn't peaceful protest because he wasn't he after he got his ass whooped one time. That's all he needed. He only needed that one ass whooping to understand that, like, yo, these motherfuckers is gonna take our blood. He should be on the FBI list. Yeah, he was, until he died. Fred Williams. Yeah, that nigga was out here getting busy. Yeah, Martin Luther King was on the FBI's list too. Yeah, don't get that fucked up. Martin Luther King back in those days was considered a domestic terrorist. Yes. You know who went against Martin Luther King in court? Jeff Sessions, the devil. Jeff the Devil Sessions. Yes. The guy who was on the Donald Trump's that nigga was a full blown racist in Selma, Alabama. My family's from Selma. That's how I know. The nigga was a full blown racist. Nobody can never tell me nothing different. Just being personally honest. Like you gotta understand. Look who's on this. Yo, I'm gonna say this, Robin. I know you must be a Republican. If you're a Republican, you shouldn't be complaining because that whole house is filled with Republicans. Last time he was on office, when remember the first time Donald Trump was in office, it was half and half. But y'all got the chairs, so y'all shouldn't be complaining. Y'all should be getting shit done. It shouldn't be this. This shouldn't be this difficult. Only people who should be having the difficult time is Black Americans. But Black Americans is having the most simplest times. We're not going through anything. Look how many people is trying to infiltrate black foundational Black Americans. We got Dr. Umar right here starting his DAFA. We got conscious black people calling us CIA. Like, come on. We got the religious groups, even the Hebrew Israelites is having a problem with foundational Black Americans because we're not defending nobody. This is the people's problem. Their problem isn't us getting reparation or us talking about reparation. It's us delineating. It has always been about the delineation. Because you got to understand, Robin, the delineation shows all the degeneracy that is going on in this community. You can't say it's Black Americans anymore. You got to say like, yo, it's these people who are coming over here with these from these other countries that's doing all of this stuff. We finally are fighting. Yeah, Big Grimmy. They understanding that this shit is hard. Why you think? Let me ask you a question. Yeah, okay. No, 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 you're good, you're good, you're good. Thank you, Robin. Um, so Remy, this is the problem. Their issue is that they're figuring out that they can't do it by themselves. They're not really as smart as they think they are, you know? Yeah, okay. Give me a sec. No, 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 you're good, you're good, you're good. Yeah, they're not as smart as they think they are, you know? They don't understand that like they can talk about the Civil War, they can talk about the Boston Tea Party, they can talk about Civil War, but they gotta understand the reason why a lot of these people won these wars because Black Americans. Black Americans damn near win everything in America because at the end of the don't forget, you can have people in slavery, but don't forget a lot of there were a lot of wars in America that a lot of people don't talk about. You know, everybody always want to say, "Oh, it was the red Native Indians." No, it wasn't. These were Black Aboriginal because you got to look at it now. The five civilized tribes that a lot of these people talk about is those were Slavics, those were Red Indians. Those people had slaves as well. Those people had slaves as well. So we can't say here, hold on, that is what I was saying. We fought in every war. No, when I say we fought in every war, Black Americans has fought in every war. It's just Robin, when y'all try to do shit yourself, y'all can't do it because y'all need black help. It has always been like that. When black people do it, we just do it ourselves. Fuck it. We'll go through it. We'll go through the ups and downs. Like for example, I'm gonna give you an example. The buses. Down south, there was a situation where black people had to all sit on the back of the bus. So what they did was they told black people, you gotta sit on the back of the bus. Black people said, you know what, we'll carpool, we'll make our own bus systems. So what they did for damn near a year and a half, a lot of the country lost money because of these racist laws. All we did was not give you our money. To really hurt, let me tell you something, to hurt the white supremacists is touch their pockets. Touch their pockets. Your problem, Robin, is you keep on talking about the small hats. It's easy to destroy them. All you got to do is touch their pockets, cut off the resources. But y'all can't turn off the resources because y'all technically have to work with them. Y'all have to work with them. You know what we did? When they were giving us bad deals in the music industry, we started our own record labels. Once we start our own record labels, that's when they want to work with us. That's when they stop giving us the 360 deals. That's when they start, that's when they stop disrespecting us and stuff like that. All you got to do is cut off their resources. It has always been like that, Robin. It's just you white supremacists are y'all not used to struggling. In the beginning, they're gonna be struggles. Y'all are just scared to struggle. Let me ask you a question, Robin. All this shit you're going through right now with these small hats, you don't think black Americans already went through that shit? We already went through that shit. We went through worse shit than that. We went through redlining. We went through segregation. We went through like the 360 deals. We went through all of that, Robin. That shit ain't nothing to us. All you gotta do is you gotta figure it out. You don't have you like Robin, you got all white schools. You get white education, you get better education than most people. Black Americans has to always get the secondhand education. And I'm gonna say this. All these black people live in impoverished towns. You gotta understand and I just found this out. 1 out of 20 black people are rich. They're millionaires. The other half are live in the middle class. They live in the middle class. Black Americans live in middle class neighborhoods. Half of us live in middle class. So that's telling you something. You know, It's not like that. No, it's the same thing, Robin. It's y'all don't want to fight, man. Y'all think. Let me tell you something. Y'all think fighting is saying what y'all want to say and doing what y'all want to do. Then after that, crying that they cut off, they demonetize you. Like look at Myron Gaines when they demonetized that nigga. He was in tears. He was in tears. He was in tears. Nigga ran off in some hoochie daddies. Just started crying because they demonetized him. It wasn't because he was helping people. That nigga don't help nobody. The reason why, only I'm gonna say this: Myron Gaines is just a shock value podcaster. He's a shock value podcaster. Look at all the stupid shit he does. Let me tell you something. If I don't like you, I'm not gonna talk about you only if it's important. I'm just being personally honest. There's certain things I don't want to talk about, but I have to talk about it because it's current events. This is what's going on in these communities. So I'm gonna still express my no, I'm not trying to say don't express your thoughts. I'm saying you're talking about what you should do. I'm telling you, this is how Black Americans have been winning. We always have been winning. Let me ask you a question. As a victor, let's say you're the victor of me. Are you going to talk about how many times I fucked you up, or are you going to talk about how you won? Are you going to talk about how I got the best of you, or are you going to talk about how you outsmarted me? You're not going to talk about all the brutalic shit and all the crazy shit that I have done. You're going to talk about what made you so great. Like, and I'm going to say this. If you think these people took over your country, it's because y'all were weak. Y'all were weak. For years, y'all been saying Black Americans were the problems. Black Americans are lazy. Our Black women are the least desire. These Black women produce single parents. This is what y'all been saying, and now you got to look at it. Now you need that Black woman's help. That Black woman is the strongest. Yeah, and this is the thing. I'm gonna talk for 5 months. Go get me a bubbly. Um, One thing I'm gonna say this, Robin. I'm not trying to say don't say whatever you not don't say what on this show. You can say whatever you want on this show. I encourage you to say what you want to say on your show, but laws of the land. My issue is this, Robin. Y'all should have been thinking about a plan to do stuff. I'm gonna be personal. Look at how fast y'all folded. And I'm sorry to laugh at y'all. Y'all niggas folded so fast. Yeah, once the going starts getting tough, this is what y'all started talking about. We all need to reunite. We all need to unite from the Democrats. Y'all talk about uniting with Democrats, with liberals. The niggas who was popping y'all all last years. All right, easy, Remy. Be safe out here, player. Yeah, we folded mega quick. Yeah, but you also gotta understand too, Robert. Y'all folded when these liberals was popping y'all. These niggas was running up on y'all with guns and shit. And don't forget, y'all niggas was out here on X talk about y'all military up here up with guns. These little these little 150-pound little niggas with a wig out here sniping y'all niggas and y'all running like roaches, my nigga. Like, come on, man. Yo, you see how they laid they laid your leader down, my nigga. Like, let me tell you what's the difference. Let me tell you why it was. You know what's the difference between Martin Luther King and Malcolm X is like the real different. And reason why why Malcolm X was way more dangerous. The real reason why Malcolm X was so dangerous and his own people had to pop him was if a white man would have popped Malcolm X, you would have got a war. You would have got a war out here. There is no James Brown. There is no fucking James Brown would never be able to stop what was going to happen to America if a white man would have popped Malcolm X. There is no war that would have stopped if them niggas would have laid Malcolm X down. Martin Luther King, niggas was burning down shit, but it took one person to say, like, yo, we ain't supposed to be doing no shit like that. James Brown, he was in Boston when he did that. And niggas stop burning down shit. They burnt down Chicago. That's the difference. There's no pissing contest. So yeah, that's the difference between Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. Niggas stop protesting. There was, if it was Malcolm X, that would have went on for 40 days and 40 nights. A lot of America would have been burnt down. A lot of these white communities would have been burnt down because of Malcolm X if he would have died from a white man. That's the difference. Now I'm gonna say this. Charlie Kirk. They popped your nigga Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk was a racist. We can say he was a racist. Every group that was under Charlie Kirk had some type of racist biasness to it, or some type of racist agenda, or some type of gender war. Like, we can't lie and act like Erica Kirk wasn't no fucking freak. Like, come on. He said Charlie Kirk is not. Is Charlie Kirk in Cuba with Tupac? You might could be right. You might be right, Robin. I don't know, man. I think the nigga's dead. Nigga's taking the dirt now. That nigga's dead. I think he's dead. But hey, I don't know. Maybe the CIA. What, he's in Israel, right? If you say Charlie Kirk's in Israel, man, I'm gonna laugh, right? But let me say what I'm gonna say, and I'll answer a few more y'all questions. So I'm gonna go Shabaka first. Hold on, let me see who's been getting busy on here first. I'm sorry, man. Let me start before I start with you, Shabaka. No boys. It was FBA. It's everyone. So I'm gonna say this, Shabaka. It has never been a pissing question. It has never been no. There has never been a diaspora war with us because all we wanted to do is delineate and be identified as who we are ethnically. Sorry, ethnically. You're the only one who had that problem, man. You wanted us to be all flat blackness. That's why, you know what? I apologize to all the Dominicans when I said all y'all niggas is black. All y'all niggas aren't black. I gotta be personally honest, and I gotta apologize. They got their own ethnogenesis. Some of those folks is African, some of those folks is Hispanic. You know, and the reason why I said they're Hispanic and Hispanic, African, or even indigenous is because that's what they are. They actually won their war with the Haitians. They actually won their war with the Haitians. The Mexicans, on the other hand, and even the Puerto Ricans, they genocide the Taínos. That's why I always tell people all the time, it's hard that y'all niggas keep on saying y'all are Taíno, and most of y'all niggas is just probably African. Most of y'all niggas is Hispanic or you're Africans. And there's nothing wrong with not being a Taíno. You're still indigenous to the land because you've been on that land forever, but you're still a Hispanic, you know? And I always tell people all the time, y'all are the only ones that have the problem with that, you know? And that's why I say I gotta apologize to all of y'all. All y'all niggas are not black. You know, that's the problem with blackness. And like I had to say with this person, all you black people always saying that we're black. No, you're right. You're not black. I'm agreeing with you. Y'all niggas is not black. You know, y'all niggas is has some Hispanics, Hispanic Africans. You know, them niggas is mulatto out there. The Mexicans on the other hand, those niggas is Hispanic. Those are some Christopher Columbus niggas. You know, so it's that's why I asked Be Active. I was like, yo, do you have a Christopher Columbus in Puerto Rico? That nigga swear that nigga tried to not answer that question so hard, man, but he had to answer the question and say, like, yeah, we had one, so what? That means y'all a white man. Y'all some white folks out there. That's all it is. There's nothing wrong with that. Y'all Hispanics got y'all own culture out there, and that's what makes y'all different from Europeans. That y'all have a European indigenous culture. Even though I don't think y'all use indigenous, I think y'all use more African culture because y'all had more African influence in a lot of these Latin countries. You know, so I will say that y'all had a lot of African influence, like rice and beans. That's an African thing. You know, that's an African thing. Plantains, African thing. But you see a lot of. But I'm gonna say it was more popularized by Caribbean. I mean, by Spanish folks in America. So, like, and that's why I say there's nothing wrong with that. You got your own fucking culture, you know? Oh, they go Be Active right there. There you go. Let's see what he said. It's clear that the FBAs don't know the proper unity. But that's the thing. We don't want no unity with y'all. Why y'all trying to push unity on us? We just want to be left the fuck alone. That's all y'all have to do. Leave us the fuck alone. Let us get busy out here. Let us fight what we have to fight for. And we good. You fight for your own. Let me ask you a question, B. Actually, you're Puerto Rican. You should be on the front lines of all your Latino brothers. Why aren't you helping the Dominicans and the El Salvadorians and all the Ecuadorians? You got these niggas hiding out in trap houses and stuff because you don't want to help them. Like, come on, my nigga. Like, you can't be doing shit like that. Like, we don't want to help you, man. And that's the thing. We don't want to help you. We don't want to help nobody. We're tired of helping people. You know, and y'all just flat out disrespect us. And that's not all of y'all, but it's enough of y'all to say, yo, I don't want to help anymore. So it is. It's just enough to say, like, yeah, I don't want to help y'all niggas no more. Y'all figure that shit out yourself. You know? And there's nothing wrong with that. Y'all can do it. Y'all smart enough. Remember what you said? You smart enough. Y'all, you help build rap, right? So you can help in this fight. Why aren't you on the front lines helping them folks? You know, I'm not helping no Africans. I'm not helping the Caribbeans. You know, we're not unifying with anyone whose parents are cousins. But yeah, you got it, Rob. You got to Be Active, man. You can do that shit yourself, player. Yeah, yeah. Tell them niggas to flip a coin to see who's gonna be on the front line. Yeah, that's all. And this guy and Robin. I mean, not Robin. Be Active. You're Puerto Rican, man. You're an American. You're American. The fuck? That's why I said, why aren't you on the front lines helping the Latinos? Come on, man. Show that Boricua, man. Have the fucking bird. Like, yo, my nigga, y'all in the World Series right now. Y'all niggas is in the World Series right now. Y'all niggas is living life. Nigga got what's it? The Modelo out. Y'all niggas is ill out here, man. You know what? And I'm gonna throw a party for y'all niggas if y'all win the World Series. I'm gonna throw a party. I'm gonna be like, yeah. Shout out to the Puerto Ricans for the Boricuas for oh shit, my shit off? Give me a second, everybody. All right, there we go. Yeah, man. Yeah, Missy be like, yo, shout out to the Boricuas, man. Yo, y'all niggas won the World Series. Them niggas was out there drinking Modelo. I don't drink beer, so yeah, them niggas out here drinking Modelo out there, living life, man, with the little green bird. Yo, y'all niggas, yo, like be active. This is the first. I'm gonna say this. In 2026, you should be having Puerto Rican pride right now. First of all, y'all niggas was in the Super Bowl performance. Y'all was doing y'all was Boricua out, my nigga. Y'all had Ricky Martin out there. Y'all had Lady Gaga. She probably just like Puerto Rican dick, you know. Who else? Who the niggas had a real fucking wedding? Like y'all niggas was lit, you know. I didn't watch it to see what the performance is. Niggas just watched it to see all the Puerto Rican women, you know. And that's I'm gonna be personally honest. That's why niggas watched it. You think I'm gonna be personally honest? You think Puerto Ricans really watched the Super Bowl to see the performance? Nah, they were trying to look for they're trying to look for the women, man. Yeah, they're looking for the mamacitas, man. I'm gonna say this: if y'all got a Puerto Rican spouse or partner, and they say, "Yeah, man, the Bad Bunny thing was," I watched it for Bad Bunny. Nah, them niggas was lying. They watched it to see some pussy. I'm gonna be personally honest. Oh yeah, Rob. That was the beginning. We're talking about the main performance, you know. But I'm gonna say this. I think this is gonna be the last time any person who don't speak English is gonna be on the Super Bowl because of Bad Bunny. It was decent, but it depends what you was watching it for. Most niggas, there was the 100 million plus people who were watching the Bad Bunny performance was watching it for the women. So like we can't lie and say like, oh yo, niggas. It's not like oh yo, when you watch Kendrick Lamar, you wanted to see what he was gonna do or what song he was gonna sing. No, niggas watch the Bad Bunny for the women. Yeah, all jokes aside, black is a color. Oh, here go with this fucking the kufi hat, nigga. Take off the fucking kufi hat, my nigga. We don't want to hear that social construct shit right now. We know this shit's a social construct, Shabaka. Like, come on, my nigga. We can't be doing this, man. Let me see what you say. And after this, I'm gonna finish. How can the FBA help anyone without how did the FBA help Africa? As and I just said it to Robin. How do you help people? I mean, how you destroy people? You gotta cut off their resources. Like Shabaka's not fucking smart at all. That's why, yo, the war that these Africans is going through, all they gotta do is like, yo, bomb a few fucking lands and niggas is gonna go right back and get right back in order. Go get them blood diamonds. Go get that gold. Go pick that gold. It's go get that leather. Go get the rubber. Them niggas is gonna go right back into what they were doing. The thing about it is, yo, you cut off their resources. You know, And like I said, niggas was supposed to die in these type of wars. Y'all niggas, like, this is why I always tell people all the time. To me, Gaddafi died for nothing. Like, Shabaka will tell us to all go to Africa, and all of these Africans are not united. You're trying to, and this is why I told B Actor, when have we ever been united? None of us really never been united. We just fuck. Some of us fuck with each other. That's it. It has never been like a big unity thing. Like, yo, you come to our house, you're an extended family, non-family member. So it's just y'all have never been that type of. Y'all have never been like that towards us. So it's just come on, be active. We gotta stop that. We gotta we gotta be truthful. And like I said, I fuck with some of y'all, but at the end of the day, I'm not fucking with all of y'all because not all of y'all are the same. So yeah. But it's just like that. I'm the same thing with white people. I'm not gonna fuck with every white person, but there's gonna be white people I fuck with. It's always like that. It's just I'm gonna say this. You, Shabaka, like I said, if you want niggas to really take you serious, Shabaka, you should be trying to put these tribes back in. You should be trying to make these tribes have unity. Because you're trying to tell us to go to Africa and there's no unity in Africa. There's no unity in Africa. Why are you telling black people to go to Africa and there's no unity there? Every fucking country these people go to, somebody's getting kicked out that country. Somebody's getting deported. Somebody's getting their shit fucked up. So it's niggas just shitting in the streets. All these black inventions that these people made in America. Y'all can't put these shits in your country. You can't build this shit in your country. You can't take those resources that you're giving to these Europeans. And come on, Shabaka, you're just telling us to go into a very bad situation that's going to historically fuck us up again. And this is why a lot of black people turn away from Pan African. I want to say this last thing. I'm gonna say this. I think Pan Africanism psyop was a psyop for Black Americans. I think they infiltrated Black American communities where they were telling us all of us is together. Then when a lot of these people came over here, they had different agendas. Then when we were trying to figure things out, Pan Africanism wasn't here. Pan Africanism disappeared. I'm gonna say this: whenever Black Americans had a problem, the Pan Africans disappeared. Y'all are not reliable. Y'all have never been reliable, Shabaka. And this is what I'm trying to tell you, that you might have done something, but when it comes to black and the blacks, and when it comes to black in diaspora situations, a lot of y'all Pan Africans disappeared. A lot of y'all Pan Africans make up excuses for the black diaspora. Y'all make up a lot of excuses for them. Oh, they don't understand. Their culture is different. They didn't know. Y'all did it. Let me ask y'all did the same thing to the fucking Jamaicans. When the Jamaicans was out here talking shit about Black Americans, and when their fucking whole country went went underwater with Atlantis, y'all was talking about Black Americans should be helping. Why the fuck should we help after they were just disrespecting us 3 days ago? Just been telling us that, all we are gang members and poor people and crackheads. Are you fucking serious? Where is the black unity? This is what I'm trying to tell you, Shabaka. There has never been unity. There has never been unity. Now the question I need you to answer, Shabaka, through this show is, I just need you to answer the topic question. That's all I need you to do. I just need you to answer that topic question. But we're gonna start the show. We're gonna start the show in 5 minutes. I'm gonna run out real fast. I'm gonna play the music. Just give me 5 minutes, all right? And I'll be right back. Let's see. Some lo-fi. Man, what the fuck is up with this dude? Man, I'm done, bro. Just another. Fuck it. Good thing. Wait, what? All right, I'm back, everyone. Let me see what else is going on. So I will say this: be active, and I'm gonna have. So I'm gonna say this: be active. I'm gonna get right back to what I was saying. All right. I don't have a problem with unity, but I think that unity stuff that you're talking about is long gone. It's not gonna happen. It's not. It's not flying. No, it's nobody's not fucking with it. I'm gonna just be personally honest. Black Americans isn't looking for unity. Black Americans is looking to get shit done, and we can't get shit done. And this is just me. We can't get shit done. You know, helping y'all. I'm just being personally honest. Then Black Americans can't help nobody else no more. We can't. There's no black and brown unity. It's just people. There's certain people that we just fuck with that are happen to be from the Latino community. You know, and I think that's where you have to be honest at. I'm gonna be like I'll be. You know me. I'll always be personally honest with you. It's just like, come on. There's no unity. Unifying, that shit was long gone. Y'all should have been unifying in the 1930s. You know, like you and Shabaka. How about this? You and Shabaka can unify. Black Americans aren't unifying at all whatsoever. And like I said, I'm sorry that you're trying to unify now because y'all going through a situation. But Black Americans don't want to go through that. Black Americans not trying to go through the same situation with you. Because then after that, if it doesn't work or shit goes left, y'all can. And I'm gonna say this: I've been warning you for the last year. You gotta police your people. You can't even police your own people. You can't police it. You can't police your own people. This is why the immigration problem is all fucked up. This is why white people is going through the shit that they're going through. This only people who's not in disarray are black people in the small hats. Black people in the small hats. You know, we're the only two people that are not in a disarray. Do we have some coons and some sambos? Absolutely. But we're not in a disarray like a lot of these cultures are right now. You could talk about all the crime and all the craziness that's happening in America, but you got to understand, black the black community hasn't the crime rate in black community has went down ever since has went down tremendously. It hasn't been this great ever since the 60s, as they've been saying. So it's just, yes, we've been policing our people. Why you think right now our people right now we're telling people, yo, don't fuck with that black person. Why do you think we talk about the Brandon Tatums and stuff and those type of people? We always talk about those type of people. We always tell people, don't fuck with this type of person. Don't do this, don't do that. We've been telling y'all that shit for years, but y'all won't tell us about your people. We have to find out. We have to find out. And again, Shabaka, this isn't about Tariq Nasheed. This is about Pan-Africanism and their erasure of black communities. Well, the black American culture. You know? So let's go on with this.
The Civil Rights Bill is the reason why our parents got to come over here. 1964, Lyndon Baines Johnson, who was one of the most racist son of a bitches on the planet, had to sign that civil rights. But Martin Luther King is sitting right next to him.
Right. Yeah.
So that is the reason why Koreans can come here. Koreans, Indians, Arabs, Nigerians. It's because of the Civil Rights Bill.
And this is why I say, yo, this is the reason, and this is why I always tell people all the time, this is what Black Americans has done for a lot of these cultures. We've been doing this, we've been doing this for out of our goodness of our hearts. We've been fighting for your rights. We've been making bills so everybody can be equal. This is the crazy part. Now listen to what he just said again. I'm gonna rewind it over right here.
Martin Luther King is sitting right next to him.
Right. Yeah.
So that is the reason why Koreans can come here. Koreans, Indians, Arabs, Nigerians. It's because of the Civil Rights Bill. Right. It's because of African Americans, foundational black, coming in here, busting their ass, being treated like shit, being hung, lynched. Jim Crow, from slavery was Jim Crow, segregation, Reconstruction, being promised that they were going to get this, fighting every war. They've been, black people fought in every single war, and still being disrespected, not being able to buy homes.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Burning up of black towns.
Mm-hmm.
And people go, well, why ain't they? They saw opportunities. There
So
were
then
black,
where's the
there were
disconnect?
black Wall Streets. There were black banks, black hospitals, black, and they came and burned it.
Black excellence. There's black excellence.
They came and burned it because a white woman said somebody raped them, and they never did because a white woman lied. So this whole myth of African Americans not seeing opportunity, they did see opportunity, but you imagine, just like colonization in Africa, but imagine everywhere you go, someone is running you out of town. Someone's trying to kill your son from going to school.
Yeah.
So it's no, African Americans see opportunities, but the way the ghettos, first of all, you know where the word ghetto comes from, right? It's an Italian word.
Okay.
And there was the island of Ghetto in Venice where they kept Jewish people. That's where ghetto comes from. They kept Jews on the island of Ghetto in Venice, kept them there like a ghetto. And then it transferred over to America because everybody was in the ghettos at one time.
Right.
Italians, Irish, and every black person wasn't a slave. There were black people that were here in America already. They're already here. They were not, I know some black people that are like, I'm not a descendant of slaves. We were already here. You know that black people were already here. Black people already traveled. Like in this, what?
Yeah.
And this is where I be telling Africans, I was like, yo, a lot of these countries you could claim. And I told people all the time, a lot of these, I wouldn't say Africans because some were African, but most of them were Moors. They were Moorish people. And most of these people are from Mali. I will say that a lot of these people might be from Mali because, and this is why I said that DNA shit, I don't think it works. I don't think it works because a lot of these people who are in these other countries, they came from Mali. They had the technology. They had the boats. You know, they had ideas and they had the scientific ideas of building countries. That's why when you go to certain European countries, you'll see a black face.
All over the world. Our black presence is everywhere.
Yeah.
Mexico, go to Mexico. You see black, Oaxaca, Mexico. 200,000 Africans. There's black Mexicans in Oaxaca. There's Oaxaca restaurants in LA. Oaxaca, Mexico, black Mexicans. And Mexicans actually helped slaves, black slaves back in the day in the 1800s. They helped slaves. That's why when you see Mexicans and blacks clash and go, you don't know your history. They don't know the history.
And if you remove
Mayate, what? Do you know the history of us? You helped black slaves back in the day, but they make sure they shut all that shit down so they don't. So this doesn't happen.
Keep all that fighting.
If this happens,
I'll say this: that's half true. It's half true, and the reason why I say it was half true, all right, I'm gonna say this: there was slavery in Mexico. And the person who got rid of slavery in Mexico was a black president, but they killed him. The Hispanics killed him. So it's like that's why I say he is right. They did help. They did help a lot of the Spaniards get out of Mexico, but it was the Seminoles. You know, it was the Seminoles from Florida. The blacks, some of the black natives went to Mexico. The other ones went to Oklahoma. This is why I always tell Be Active. I was like, that shit that you're telling me that you were from fucking Florida. No, that shit is not true because at the end of the day, those were native blacks from Florida, Seminoles. Those were Seminoles. Those were runaway damn near slaves. You know, so, and that's what Seminoles means. It means runaway. You know, that's why when they talk about John Horse and they be like, oh, he's Indian and black, he was a black native. A lot of these black people in the South were natives. They were black natives. That's why a lot of us look different. A lot of us might look Africans because we have people be forgetting. Like we're not saying that we don't have African genetics. We're saying that we're a mutation of some might be a mutation of Africans black natives, aboriginals, Europeans, fucking Africans from over the country. We're mixed with black Americans are mixed with a lot of things. That's why I always tell people all the time, them DNA shit, they just want your DNA. That's all. They just want to keep you in the system. Don't be surprised if you see another you running around here. You know? And that's why I always tell be active, be active. You're more Hispanic. You know? You mostly Hispanic because y'all killed off the Taino. Y'all genocide the Tainos. You know, and it's a part of war. But we got to be honest about that. You know, which clearly that FBAs are powerless over the United States and all across. Be active. What the fuck are you tired? Because Texas were the only state where most black and these are not even the majority. So what? Why are you talking about Texas? We're talking about Pan-Africanism. That's why I don't like. This is why I say, yo, we got to stay on topic, even with myself, and that's my fault for even trying to explain this, because this is where Godfrey kind of gets it. But this other guy, Akbar, he has a Pan-African mentality. This is why I play these videos. Like, yeah, they're right. Yeah, there should be unity, but the unity doesn't work because we already tried the unity. Again, we've been trying the unity with Mexicans since the 1930s until they said, like, yo, the Negro problems is not our problems. They wanted to be considered white. I tell you that all the time. You know, and this is why I say you gotta police your people. Like, and the thing about this, I'm gonna say this. I would never consider Tariq Nasheed a leader. I would consider him an elder or a scholar. Y'all, every time y'all say he's a leader, he's not a leader. He's a scholar or he's an elder. You know, he's the wise one. He's the enlightened one. He enlightens all of us. It's like this. When you have warriors, you have elders and you have the scholars. The scholars is the one with the education. The elders is the one with the experience. You need these two. Even leaders need scholars and elders. This is why I always have a problem with you saying that, Shabaka, because you know what? I consider Tariq Nasheed as a scholar or an elder. You know, so you can't get mad at Tariq Nasheed because he's doing what he's supposed to do for his people. That's a scholar right there. You know, he's a scholar. He ain't separating nobody. He's not saying, yo, I can't hang out with you. He's just saying, like, yo, when it comes to your issues, that's your issues. That's not our issues. Like, y'all make it bigger than what it really isn't, you know? That's all Tariq Nasheed is saying. Just let them handle their own problems. Like, and the thing about it, y'all should be able to handle your own problems. Like, it shouldn't be like this. And I think, and this is what I'm going to say, be active. I think this is your problem. You're always looking for a handout. You're always looking for help and it's not your fault. You're so used to getting help from Black Americans. You know, but now it's time to put on your big man drawers and you got to handle it yourself. You got to handle it yourself. You know? Oops, sorry, everybody.
Game over. With Asians, if they really like, yo, we are from Africa. Damn. Do you know? Watch this. Our connection to Japan is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in Tokyo, I'm walking past, I go, man.
I'm gonna say this: the first samurai was African. It was. That's why I always say that Africans migrated everywhere. You know, it's just now they have an ethnogenesis that they're mixed with other things. You know, they're more than just African. They have more than just African genetics. So it's just you can't be mad about that. This is why I always tell y'all people, y'all can't be mad about that. Even you put it this way, even in these Latino countries, you have a mutation. You have an ethnogenesis. This is why I apologize to y'all when I said, yo, you know what? I apologize for calling y'all black. Because y'all more than just black. Y'all not black American, but y'all own blackness. That's why we can't use flat blackness. We can't say we're all the same. This is why we have to ask, where are you from? We ask our own people, where are you from? We it's like this, and this is why I always tell y'all, you know what? I don't like to have conversations with people who are from the outside. It's because you will never get it, and they're gonna be asking you where you from. You're taking it as an insult. It's like, yo, you go down south to another. You go. Let's say your family is from down south. You go visit your family. What you think the neighbor's gonna say? Hey, where you from? You're gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm from Brooklyn, New York. Oh, okay, okay. You ain't gonna get mad. This is why I always say, yo, you know what? We do need a delineation. Y'all can't adapt to our culture. Y'all can't adapt to your culture. You go down south, people gonna be like, hey, yo, where you from? What you gonna? Oh, why do you care where I'm from? Because you want to know who you talking to. You want to know who this person is. The fuck? It's better than the white supremacists calling the fucking police on you. The fuck?
And you know, I noticed Japanese are similar to Nigerians. Their names. Fumi is a Japanese name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fumi is a Yoruba name.
Yeah, it
Same
is.
spelling. I said, what's going on? I walked past this store, it said Chukuwa. It spells like my name except the M is missing. I go, what the hell? I said, I'm Chukua. Same spelling, exact spelling. I go, what the is going on? Then I was dating this Japanese girl once. She couldn't speak English that well, and she's teaching me Japanese, and she's doing the Japanese sound. There's the sound thing. Ba 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 bo bo, a ba be ba bo. Same as African languages. The same sound exercises. Same. Then I find out on YouTube, the Edo. The
Edos.
Edo is a town in Japan because a Nigerian, like some Nigerians, like samurai, came over there and established Edo
In
Japan.
in Japan, not in Africa.
Came over because they're black Japanese people. Yo, there's a connection to Nigerians and the Japanese, man. Telling you. It's crazy because Edo, my cousin's Edo.
Yeah, I played with some cats.
And
that were
EDO, that's a place in Japan because of Nigerian presence. It just came, I was like, yo. So where's the connection to all of us is bananas. It's just they try to erase everything.
Yeah.
Because there's black Japanese people. They have a whole black Japanese military that from the early 1900s, all black, and they're Japanese. You go to the Philippines, the Negritos are black Filipinos. Mm-hmm. They got hair like us, the Negritos in the mountains. But
the Philippines, them Africans or them dark Philippines, those are the originals. They I was looking that up. They stay away from foreigners and the light-skinned Philippines because they want to keep their genetics. You know, so they don't go around them as much. So they're like my color, probably a little bit darker than me. So yeah, it's what he's saying is true about the Philippines.
But they don't show them because they go, we can't show that. The Chinese too. I'm telling you, the original Thai people, you got to see them. It's whole black Thai people. But they don't want to show that. You got Melanesia, Micronesia, Melanesia, where they have the blonde afros with no European contact.
Yeah, just right outside of Fiji.
It's called Melanesia, for Christ's sake.
As in
Melanie. It's like, you're like, what? Wait a minute. We're using the same comb, dog. What's that?
Yeah.
And then they start doing their tribal stuff. You go, I don't know.
The lapa? Lapa?
My father would wear the lapa,
Lapa, yep.
when he's at home. Nigerian men like to wear the lapas at home, and we put the little robe over thing. Him and my father, same thing. And my father said, give me my lapa.
Yeah.
I said, boom. Then I'm in Hawaii. They're wearing lapas. What's going on? Everybody's wearing, I'm sure they call it something different, but I'm like, yo. And then
And actually, oh no, the Samoans call it lava. Is it lava?
Maybe lava, Samoa.
Samoa. Yeah.
Because my here is, this is Tonga. This is Tonga. This is Tonga connected to my Igbo. I put Igbo when my parents passed. I put
that's pretty cool.
That's an Igbo mask, and I put the dots because my mother spoke Yoruba also. She grew up in Lagos.
Okay.
So she would flip the languages. So that's the Yoruba.
You see
that's
the tribal marks.
Tribal marks for Yoruba
yep.
and Igbo. So it's both. You know, the seafarers, the Africans and the Asiatic people met, and that's why we look the way we look.
Nelson Mandela looked like an Asian. He looked like a black Asian. You know, so I say it all the time.
Because I'm into anthropology. I love origins.
I gotta get down with
anthropology,
this, yeah.
and you know,
you go deep with it too.
Yeah, because I know my buddies go deep with it. Because when you travel to these countries, you go, what are these black people doing here? What the hell's going on? I'm like, yo, excuse me.
It's like uncovering the big lie.
Yes.
Right? It's like uncovering, wait a second.
Why are y'all here? Because sometimes people, it's just, you know, you got Cuban Chinese because Chinese workers came to Cuba in the 60s. That's why in New York, we got Cuban Chinese restaurants, which are fire as hell. We got Chinese and Cuban food. You're eating oxtail and chow mein, bro. This shit's crazy. And they're flipping the language.
That's a great combo too, by the way.
Yeah, they're like ni hao, ni hao. They're like, ¿Cómo está usted? They're just flipping the Spanish. Yeah, but it's sometimes you have that where you have Trinidadian Indians that went to work in Trinidad. There's that where people traveled and worked, but then there's like, something is going on here. Somebody was here first. You know, you look at the original Hawaiians, you look at...
Let me ask you a question, Shabaka. You talk about a lot of xenophobic stuff. You don't think xenophobic goes on in Africa? And that's with your own peoples, with different tribes and stuff like that. And this is why I always say, yo, you instantly call out the Black American community, but you won't call out the bullshit that goes on in African culture. Everything I talk about with Africa, I call it out so y'all can fix it. I don't call it out to just try to embarrass you. That's not why I do things. I do things just so you can fix it. Just so you can come back to me and say, nah, nigga, we fixed that. We've been fixed that in our community. But every time I yell something out, you never fix it. You just look for another excuse, Shabaka. You look for another excuse.
You know who the Duke is? Duke is, his name is like, it's so long. He was like an athlete. His name is like Malakakoea. Duke looked like a black dude with straight hair. I was like, the Duke is like, he's like a god in Hawaii. And I said, the original Hawaiians, not the Japanese and the Samoans and the Filipinos. I'm talking about the original Hawaiians. And the last queen of Hawaii was Liliuokalani, who they kicked out. Remember, they locked her up. She looked like a black lady. Look that shit up. The last queen of Hawaii, where the U.S. kicked her out and all this other stuff. They look like black people. I was like, something's up.
I've never gone into the history of the Hawaiians.
I love all that stuff.
Never even thought about it. You just have this image of what the Hawaiians look like and just go.
No, yeah, because they have an Asiatic. No, but the original ones, dark. Yeah. I'm like, what's going on here?
That's another 154 conversation in the book.
He's right about that. Like I always say, me personally, I don't have problems with unity, but I just know it ain't gonna work. You know, with anybody, with Africans, with Caribbeans, with Latinos, it just doesn't work. You know, it's time for y'all just to fix your own shit. You know, stop looking for help. You know, like this is why I say, yo, you gotta police your people. So when I say police your people, I say correct the wrongs that's in your community. You know, like for example, if your peoples is talking about another certain type of people, you know that's gonna make your people look bad. Why won't y'all fix that? That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to say, oh, yo, run down on the nigga, beat him up and shit like that. No, I'm just saying, like, yo, just go and fix your peoples. That's why I told. This is why I tell Robin when I tell him. I say, yo, Robin, the reason why this black and white unity shit that you won't work because y'all won't fix y'all community. We'll be good for a few weeks or two. Then after that, it's just gonna go right back into calling us niggers, calling us fucking blackies and all this other monkeys and shit, crackheads, single parents, all this shit. It's gonna go right back into it. And it's not saying that you're a bad person. It's just like, yo, this certain issues in your community that needs to be fixed. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying nothing to be harsh. You know, that's not my forte to do that. It has never been my forte. This is why I have these conversations with y'all. You know, be active. I'm telling you what to do with your community. I'm telling you why this unified shit doesn't work in your community. You're mad at me because I'm actually telling you the truth. I'm telling you why black people don't want to unite with you. I'm telling you why black Americans will never unite with you. I'm telling you. Because when shit goes down, y'all going for y'all with y'all people, no matter if they're right or wrong. You'll never call nobody out, be active. You'll never call nobody out like that. Then don't forget, some of y'all are tribalistic as well. And I don't mind with it being tribalistic with y'all because y'all are different from Africans. With y'all, and this is why I say y'all are different from Africans. With y'all will all stick together. A motherfucker can be from Ecuador or fucking Dominican Republic. Y'all all gonna stay together. Y'all still gonna stand 10 toes down with each other. Africans ain't gonna do that shit with each other. Africans is gonna leave that nigga hanging because that nigga ain't from the same tribe that he is from. You know, that's why I always tell Shabaka, stop telling black Americans to unite with the black diaspora if the black diaspora is already fucking broken. Those people are broken in them societies, Shabaka. We're the only ones that's doing good. I just gave you a percentage of what black Americans was doing. I found out there's 1 in 20 multimillionaire black people. We got in the half of our percentage of people are in middle class neighborhoods. That's telling you something, Shabaka. That's telling you something. So now the question I'm asking, why should we leave to go to a poor country? If 1 in 20 black people are millionaires and half of us live in middle class neighborhoods, why should we leave? That's telling you a lot, Shabaka. That's telling you that, like, yo, you're telling us to unite with somebody who's coming from a broken system. A person with Shabaka, let me tell you something. If these niggas have this broken system, you should be over there trying to fix that system for them. So when we get over there, we can actually unite. But we can't unite with these motherfuckers in a broken system. These niggas out here scamming. These niggas out here not getting along tribalistically. These niggas out here genociding each other because of religion, of culture, of identity. That shouldn't be happening. This is why that's why that continent is getting colonized by 4 or 5 different other ethnic groups. I'm just being personally honest. Like we could talk about Abraham. What Abraham is he doing? He's doing the right thing, but he's only doing it for his own people. He's only doing that shit for his own people. Those 3 other countries that he is with, he's not doing it for them. He's not doing it with them. He ain't helping them grow. He's not helping them countries grow. That's the difference between him and Gaddafi. Gaddafi was helping the whole continent of Africa. Abraham's only helping 3 or 4 countries. That's the difference. I'm just being personally honest, Shabaka. You're telling us to unite with people who comes from a broken system, Shabaka. So what I'm saying is we can't unite with people from a broken system because they don't have the same agenda. As a Pan African should be putting these people onto game. You're not putting them on the game. You're giving them the crutch to be a fuck up. That's all you're doing. You're giving them a crutch to be a fuck up and be off code. This is why black Americans are saying that, like, yo, European Africanism, your Pan African movement is trying to erase black Americans' culture, their identity. We're telling you that we're different people because you can tell by our culture we're different. That's why, Shabaka, this is why I had apologized to the Latino community. I say, yo, not all of y'all are black. Not all of y'all are black. This is why I apologize. And I say, yo, I apologize for calling y'all niggas black because y'all niggas is not black. Y'all niggas is probably more African than black because most of y'all culture does come from Africa. That's why I said that. I wasn't saying that to be fucking a rude motherfucker. I was just saying that most of y'all culture taps into Africa by the foods y'all make, by the way how y'all do things, by y'all culture, by y'all celebrations. Y'all do a lot of African shit. And there's nothing wrong with that. You just got you. Let me tell you something. I don't see nothing wrong with that because I feel like Latinos have something that they can connect with. They can connect with Africa. Black Americans really can't connect with Africa, only our skin color. That's it. That's it. But y'all have your country, and y'all have Africa that they can connect with. You know? Give me a second, everybody. I apologize. Excuse me. But yeah, it's just. But you're not. But this is the thing, Shabaka. You're lying to your family because at the end of the day, your family could only stay a certain amount of years in Africa. Like you gotta understand, Shabaka. If you bring your whole family and your family was there for 50 years, you know in Africa they can take all your property and not give that shit back. I'm just being personally honest. Do you know that? That's why, yo, I was gonna build a house in Africa. I changed my fucking mind when I found out, like, yo, somebody can take my property within like 15 years, 15 to 20 years. I can't do what Caribbeans do and use it as a vacation. That shit will be long fucking gone. All my hard work will go out the fucking window. And you're not looking at it like that, Shabaka. You're just looking at it as a fucking come up. It's not a come up when your shit's gonna be taken away. That's my issue with you, Shabaka. You're not telling the whole truth to your family. You're not going to tell your whole truth to your family. You're not going to tell your family what are the bad parts about Africa. You're going to tell them, like, yo, it's a beautiful scenery. We're going to be with our people, not knowing that them people are different. Them people are not going to treat y'all the same. Even if y'all do have kufi colors on and shit, and Pan African colors, them niggas don't wear that shit over there. Are you fucking crazy? You're lying to your family. No, Africans don't know their roots because their roots were taken away from them in the mid 1800s. A lot of that shit, Shabaka, is different. Some of that shit was mix and mingle. That's why I understand what Tariq was saying when he was telling y'all that. He said a lot of those cultures are mixed and mingles or mixed up with each other. That's why I was telling y'all how is those tribes thousands of years old when a lot of they were killing y'all niggas off, not teaching y'all the culture. They were teaching y'all European culture. Y'all speak European culture. Y'all speak European languages more easily than y'all speak your own language. It's the same thing with us. We're not gonna know our native language. Our native language, our words in America right now, you gotta understand. Black Americans, we expanded the dictionary. We the words that we were using as code words, those are American words now. Those are American words right now. Our code words is American words. You think, let me ask you a question. You think half of the stuff that these people be using now, they were using like 20, 30, maybe even like 50, 60 years ago? No, they weren't. Black Americans expanded, upgraded the dictionary, updated proper grammar. Grammar, period. This is why I don't get it when, and this is just me, and we're gonna go on to this. So I'm gonna talk for like 2 more minutes, and we go. This is why I don't get when people be talking about when people be trying to make Black Americans look uncivilized. They're trying to make black people look like savages. It's impossible to make them look like that. Brother, you gonna stop the fucking cap. But does you or any FBA own it? First of all, I used to own property. I don't own property anymore. Second of all, a lot of people in Africa don't own anything, Shabaka. Like you're saying it, Shabaka. You're saying it like a lot of Africans own shit in Africa. A lot of Africans don't own anything in Africa, Shabaka. It's most of the foreigners that own a lot of stuff in Africa. And this is why I say, like you, Shabaka, this is why I was telling you, you should be helping out Africa right now. You talking about what does people own? People don't own anything in Africa. You know, some people might have like little small businesses in Africa, but everybody has small businesses now. I have a small fucking business. I own this, Shabaka. I own Bronze Reaper Media. And my Bronze Reaper Media has subgroups. Like, come on, are you serious? I have other brands in the Bronze Reaper Media, you know? But this is what I'm talking about. It's just, this is why I said Pan Africans, it's, you're trying to erase it. Like, I'm going to say this, Shabaka. All this uniting, all this, yo, we should move to Africa. We should, we should do this, we should do that, and all this other stuff. We should educate ourselves. Let me ask you a question. If I educate myself on fucking Africa, what does that do for me? I'm just being personally honest. Let's say I wasn't educated on Africa. What does it do for me if I educate myself on Africa and I go back to Africa? All I know is I'm going to be fucking scammed. Because everybody's trying to come up in Africa. Like, this is why I don't shit on them when they do shit like that, because they're trying to come up. They're trying to get the fuck out that country while you're trying to go to the fucking country. That's why I always tell people I don't want to go to Jamaica. My boy was like, yo, you want to go to Jamaica? No, I don't want to go to Jamaica. Why not? It's a free trip. Nigga, all them Jamaicans is coming to America. Why the fuck would I go to Jamaica? The fuck? You know? I'm just being personally honest. It's just a lot of these people are coming to America. You know, so it beats the whole purpose of going to America. A lot of those people in those countries, they don't give a fuck about that country. They don't even look at it as a country because they look at it as tribe area. They probably look at the shit as a tribe area. You know, you going into Africa and invading the shit, man. Just leave Africa alone, man.
Subscribe. Subscribe.
Oh yeah, and before I start, I want to say this to you, Be Active. You're so worried about Black Americans right now. You don't even know right now the European is going over to Puerto Rico right now, and you should be in Puerto Rico right now getting land because the Europeans is over there taking land right now And because yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Within the next 20 years, if y'all don't act right, and mark my words, within 10 and up, 10 years and up, if y'all don't stop buying land in Puerto Rico, and I'm gonna be personally honest, your country is gonna be a tourism place. It's gonna be a land of tourism. I'm being personally honest. Why you think all those celebrities are going to Puerto Rico right now? Like the Jake Pauls and all those rich people. Yeah, they're probably stealing babies, but I'm just saying not Jake Paul, but the filthy rich are. But they're stealing land because Puerto Rico is about to take off. It's gonna be a tourism spot. It's not gonna be your country isn't gonna be original anymore. It's gonna be a tourism spot where niggas just go to take away. Your country is gonna be taken away by Europeans. Why do you think everybody's going over to Puerto Rico and buying land? And it's not people that look like you be active. So again, you need to start buying land now in Puerto Rico. Listen to me, I'm gonna say it again. You better start. You and your family needs to buy acres and land in Puerto Rico, and not just one or two. I'm talking about like 4 or 5, because them Europeans is buying land by bulk. I'm just being personally honest. Y'all gonna end up like the Caribbeans, where y'all can't go on your own beaches. That's all I'm trying to say, be active. So listen to what I'm saying. Go out there and buy more than just 1 or 2 acres of land or 1 or 2 properties. I'm talking about you need to buy like 4 or 5 and do something with them. All jokes aside.
Let's see who we got. Let's get Mr. Savage back. Let's get Mr. Savage back up here. All right. Let's get Mr. Savage up in here. Hop
What
on,
is
What's going on, Mr. Savage?
shit, man? You let me up right when I gotta get ready to start working, bruh.
Oh,
I was talking to Mr. Nasheed. Yeah, I'm at the job right now. I had some time, so I was trying to chime in real quick
yeah.
and ask you one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that a lot of the foundation of America was built by enslaved Africans?
Enslaved black people.
Black people from where?
Some from here, some from Africa, some probably from Asia,
Mm-hmm.
because they were Asiatic too, like Lucia woman and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the history books are wrong then, because they say that a lot of the indigenous people couldn't hang with the white teeth diseases and things of that nature, and most of the Asians, they came over during the railroads, and they had to go to Africans to get the job done, because only the Africans could do it under that kind of strain, torture, and pressure, and still survive and thrive.
Where did the red natives come from?
Most of them came over from the Iberian, over the Bering Strait during that time. But then you have some. There's a brother that did a real good breakdown of the haplogroups and the genetics of some of the so-called Aboriginal Black Americans that were here that came through, like how you said, the Polynesians and Melanesians, and some of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some of them they have a distinct haplogroup, because a lot of them came over way before the Europeans, but they took that route, like they took that route out of Africa, like a lot of the Asiatics and Polynesians, Melanesians, Australian people. Some of them are alleged to be allegedly some of the Olmec type and Mayan type of people. But that's not the black people that we have here today. Most black people here today that claim native are most likely bred into the red native population through slavery, like the
So,
Seminoles.
so that population you said came over the Bering Straits. So they came over. That's from basically Asia, right?
Right.
Right. What did the original Asians look like?
Well, it all depends. If you got some that was mixed with Africans, you got some that was mixed with Europeans and Arab types of people.
Because thousands of years ago, there were no pale skinned people, like 15, 20,000 years. Pale skin, the albinoids that we see now, that's relatively new. That's like the pale European,
Like
that's
about
very,
8,000 years old.
right. They're very relatively new. And most people on this planet, including Asians, and I've been in the jungles of Asia, and I've seen these people with my own two eyes.
Right.
Yeah, they were jet black with afros. I'm
Right. I
talking
don't disagree with that.
right. So if these jet black people, which people they were walking, traveling around the world, these are some of the same people that hit that Bering Strait as well. See, people can't negate that. They like to go the Asian route. Well, they came from Asia. Well, some of those Asians were Negritos.
But see, there's a chronology that has to deal with that. Like there's a lot of you have to like synchronize the time and the chronology with all these events happening. Because then that supports the out of Africa theory, which a lot of scientists in the Western world support, but it's still a theory nonetheless. Because you have some of these so-called Aboriginal American Indian black people that swear they ain't out of no Africa, or their ancestry or human race started here in the Americas. So there's a lot of pseudoness that goes along with that if you don't break it down to its last compound. But I got one more thing for you before I get ready to go, man. I have a problem with a lot of people in the FBA community harping on what the ancestors did when they ain't doing shit right now. Because you know in the hood we say
That's emotion.
About what you're doing.
Yeah, that's opinion. And that's your opinion. That's fine.
Well,
That's
I mean, what's getting done? What's getting done politically and economically? That's progressing the people.
And then, see, I don't. That's emotionalism, and that's speculative. That's based on opinion. That don't change lineage. You understand? None of that changes lineage. So yeah, that depends on who you talk to. Now, I do a lot of shit, me personally, but there's 43 million plus foundational Black Americans. So you would have to go to 43 million and ask them.
And out of the 43 million, though, we own less than 1% of land on this country.
Yeah, but you know,
that's a factor, man, because you need industry, you need corporations.
But you ain't going.
We're the minority. What is this man talking about? We're the minority. I don't get people like that. That's why I always said the Pan Africans, man. Y'all Pan Africans is y'all gotta figure out what the fuck y'all want from Black Americans. We already told you we don't want to unite with you. You should have been okay with that. Say, okay, we don't need to unite with you. Let's leave these niggas alone. Let me tell y'all something. If y'all really want to win a war, won't y'all go get the Brazilians? There's like 70 million of them. There's 70 million Brazilians. Like, why won't y'all talk to the Brazilians? The Brazilians will help you out more than the blacks will, because we ain't helping y'all. You know?
Nowhere. You still here. You ain't going to Pan African land as a Pan African.
I got a passport. I ain't FBA. I got a passport.
I know you're not, and you ain't going nowhere, sir. You ain't going nowhere.
You can't tell me what I'm gonna do, sir.
Y'all never go. Y'all always say y'all gonna do all this shit. Y'all going to Wakanda.
Hey, man, I'm an economic captive. I'm trying to be an economic freedom fighter.
Y'all stay your ass right up here, up under FBA.
So that's not true.
Enjoy your Popeye's chicken
from Africa.
Enjoy your fried chicken. You're never in Africa.
Did you just come back from Africa?
I went and came back. Right. I went to visit and brought my ass back home. And brought my ass back home.
If you can go, how come I can't go?
Yeah, if you go, you're gonna come right back here up on the foundational Black Americans. That's my point,
all over the world. I want to travel the world.
And you're gonna come right back up on the foundational Black Americans, sir.
See, I have a problem with this guy right here. He's a Pan-African. He wants to travel the world, but he wants to spread Pan-Africanism all around Black Americans, knowing that we don't want to go to Africa. We just want to build what's in here. We want to build in our communities, you know? And it's Africa, I'm going to be personal. Some niggas ain't doing nothing. Niggas ain't doing shit in Africa. I'm just gonna be personally honest. Niggas ain't doing shit in Africa. You know. Shout out to you too, Dorsey. Yeah, y'all niggas ain't doing shit in Africa, so niggas ain't going anyways. I think I'm gonna put it this way. As I told Shabaka, you should be in Africa trying to fix. You should be trying to unite all the African tribes together. You're not uniting anybody. You're just talking to us, thinking that we should unite with them. We're not uniting. We're not uniting with nobody who's broken. We already dealt with our bull. We already dealt with our people's bullshit. You think we're gonna deal with some other people's bullshit? No, absolutely not. You know. Give me a second. Right there. I got the flag in the picture. Yeah, we got it. Cool. So and I think that's where your fallout is gonna be with a lot of black people, Shabaka. Niggas ain't moving to Africa. Niggas ain't trying to go there. And also to Shabaka, I came to a point I don't like that word aboriginal. And I'm gonna be personally honest, or indigenous. The reason why, because it's easy for anybody to connect themselves to it. Like, for example, if you're from the Caribbean coast, if you're from like Jamaica, that's technically still North America. You know, that's technically still North America. So they can be like, oh, I'm an Aboriginal black person. You know, because don't forget, there was no such thing as North America, South America. These were just tribal lands and people were just living amongst each other. You know, so yeah, that's those things, those can be infiltrated. So that's why I always say I don't like Aboriginal or indigenous. Native, black natives or native blacks, I can do it. Somebody had to explain that to me. So yeah, I get it now.
I'm not American, bro.
I know you're not, sir, but you're gonna be right up here under us, though. So
A
yeah, I
black
don't want to
man,
hear. I don't want to hear about what we own and don't own. You gonna stay here
don't
up
own
under us,
shit.
though. You
Don't
ain't. You
own
ain't.
shit. Ain't doing shit, but getting online talking shit.
And you ain't going nowhere else doing anything, sir. That's why
I'm
you up
about to
under
go to
us.
work right now, but all I can
Right,
say
and
is
Amazon, you
any
gonna sell,
black
you
man
gonna
that claim
you
America
about
is a masochist.
yeah. You about to package up
Y'all
them
love to
Amazon.
pay.
You about to package up them damn Amazon shoes and send them out and talk that Wakanda shit right over here safe with
Mhm.
us. All right. So you're welcome, sir. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Savage. Y'all can kill me with all of that Wakanda shit. These
Yep.
tethers always trying to shame us. America, y'all
Mhm.
ain't doing nothing in America. America don't like you. America, your ass is right here with us, nigga. Y'all always up under us, though.
Mhm.
Always. You ain't never anywhere else. I don't want to hear you. Know, I got my pay, but I got to work so I got to work 48 more hours for the rest of the year. I got to work these hours and get this money before I make
Mhm.
my big old exit. Just shut up. Shut up.
Who that sound like? Shabaka, who that sound like? That sounds like you, Shabaka. Nigga, you ain't leaving America, especially you're 74 years old, my nigga. Uh-uh. Hold on one second. Did my joint shut off? Yeah, it shut off. Hold on. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get a new mic tomorrow. Yeah, but yeah, it's that sounds like you, Shabaka, man. Y'all gotta stop that shit, man. I think it's bad. Y'all gotta stop it.
Yeah, don't project your own incompetence. You ain't going nowhere. I don't want to hear all that. America, yo, FB, y'all love America so much, and they don't. Shut up. Stop it. Tethers love trying to do that little Jedi mind trick to trick us out of disliking our country. America is our country. We, foundational black Americans, created and cultivated the culture of America. We don't have a problem with that. The culture of America is fine. The white tea supremacists, that's a problem, but that's a global problem.
Mm-hmm.
Understand that white tea supremacy is a global problem. It's not just here, but we're the only people that consistently fight the white tea supremacists because we've never made a deal with them. We've never signed a paperwork deal with the white tea supremacists. So that's why we are in very good moral standing. And that's why it's always up with us. That's why the tethers always have to come up here under us for protection, too. Yeah, this is our shit. Let's be very, very clear. Foundational Black Americans are the culture of America. You name something culturally significant about America that's not either dominated by us or our fingerprints are not all on it. We are the culture. That's why you go to places in America where we're not there, it is no culture. That shit is dry.
It's telling the truth.
Me and the family, we were traveling to like Wyoming and Idaho and places like that to some of the national parks. We were Wyoming and all in Montana. We were going to some of the national parks to see nature. You know, we're big nature people. And boy, these towns where there are no black people, or very, very few, culturally dry. It's a cultural wasteland. You understand? Other than just the beauty of nature. And by the way, the national parks, they were curated by the Buffalo Soldiers. It was us curating these national parks, by the way. We were the ones clearing everything out and clearing the trails for the national parks. Did y'all know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Did y'all know that? Look that up. Even the national parks, we had a damn hand in that. The Buffalo Soldiers. You know? We were curating that. So yeah, anything that's fly, our fingerprints got to be on it. Yeah. Everything that's culturally significant, our finger. Yeah, the Buffalo Soldiers were all up there in Yellowstone Park. Yeah. You never heard that. Look that up. Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that shit.
Yeah, y'all don't know. They don't talk about it. See, this is why it's important for us to stand on lineage business, us to put the history out here, us to get out here and tell the truth. Yeah? Man. Let's be very, very real about this stuff. If other people are going, man. Yeah, everything culturally significant is curated by us. All of it. Social media. Right here on TikTok, ladies and gentlemen. TikTok don't pop off without us. What is TikTok? What do people do on TikTok? All people do is act like foundational Black Americans.
Facts.
All people do on TikTok is act like foundational Black Americans. You go through your timeline, it's a bunch of people from all over the world acting like us, doing voiceovers, using our voices, dressing like us, using our slang. That's all it is. Yeah? Clock that T, everything is all about mimicking us, doing our music. That's what it is all day. We got to own that. We got to claim that and let people know this is where you're getting it from. Because we're the cultural well that everybody comes to drink out of.
Facts.
But then try to deny us as being the source of all of this stuff. See, that's why when we say foundational, that means we're the source of all of it. We're standing on all of it. We're claiming all of the culture and letting people know where they got it from, and you're going to put some respect on it. You see? Them Africanizing and trying to Africanize everything, see, that was a Jedi mind trick. So everything we created, they try to find some tribe in Africa to give it to. Like anytime we create a music genre, they sit up and say, well, 6,000 years ago, there was a flute that was found in the area now known as Cameroon, And that flute, they played some R&B songs on that flute 6,000 years ago. So that's where Black Americans got it from. The flute from Cameroon. Yeah, they like trying that shit. They like to try to find some distant remnant from some remote tribe a gazillion thousand years ago and try to say we got it from that. No. And we thought, okay, man, we got to have some kind of global camaraderie, so we let that go on in the prospect of unity. We thought, okay, I mean, we create, I guess we can share shit. No, we can't do that. We can't do all that. Because we start doing that, then people start taking credit for what we do and then start saying we ain't got no culture.
Yep.
So yeah, we have to shut the door on that.
He's right about that, man. And this is why this is Shabaka and be active. I'm gonna say this. You do that a lot, and you too be active. You do that a lot, and I always tell you be active. I said that's very dangerous. That's very dangerous. Yo, you mean it? Yo, we'll be talking about hip hop. You'll name 1,000 people that nobody knows. They didn't coin anything. They didn't popularize anything. There were just probably niggas that was putting fucking cardboard on the ground for black people to break dance. You know, yo, I want to get this. Yo, it's just I want to put it on this show, but I can't because I don't want to get strike. I know what's his name. Star Terrain would he'll copy strike me, and I understand. You know, when I get my chips up, like when I really really get my chips up, we're gonna do a real show on hip hop. You know, so you 74 years old, huh, Chewbacca. So, and you know what? I'm gonna say this, Dorsey. Shout out to Shabaka. Shabaka's like 74 years old. This motherfucker be up with us at 5 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, arguing with us. You know, you're the only old nigga I know who will stay up here and argue with niggas until like 7 o'clock in the morning and don't fall asleep. 5, 6. Yo, Dorsey, there was a time, there was a day with me. It was me. I think you were there. I don't know if you was there, but it was me, Be Active, Shabaka, and I think SP. There was like 30 other people that night too. Yo, Shabaka was still up at like 4, 5 o'clock arguing. Still arguing. And I'm like, yo, you gotta be crazy. Kidding me. I thought this nigga Shabaka was asleep. This nigga was still up arguing with me. I don't know what type of old nigga that is, but Shabaka, I'm still gonna be on your head, man. I'm still gonna be on your neck because you need to give some donations, man. And I'm gonna say this: I didn't sit you down, man. It was one of the moderators. I'm not gonna say his name, but I told him it wasn't right. But he said he ain't gonna do it again, though. Cause he's on that metro train to go up to so that fake Rolex. No, I'm gonna be personally honest. Personally, the reason why I don't like to and I be trying so hard not to sit Shabaka down, put people in timeout because all of y'all do entertain me. Y'all are very entertaining, and I always tell people all the time. That's why, shout out to Omega Breeze. Don't forget to be catching his shows too, because Breeze Omega be doing his thing. But Breeze Omega is not like me. He's not gonna listen to no immigrant talk. I'm gonna be personally honest, but he has great content. I will tell you that he has great content, and I fucks with it. I enjoy his show. I'm gonna be personally honest. I really do enjoy his show. But not to fall off topic, let me see if this one hit me up. Hit me up, college quits. Give me a second. Yeah, he's done. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, the horns in the milk crate. No, it just I have a good time with y'all, and also too, I feel like yo, there should be people who are different, you know. So yeah, I always fuck with that.
And then they want to try to shame us. Oh, you niggas are divisive. FBS, that is some divisive shit. What is that shit? That you said that sheet started that sheet. Just shut up. That's a tether trying to cope. Our lineage is our lineage. Yeah, we start giving away too much shit. And when you give shit away to people who are ungrateful or people who didn't deserve it, they get very arrogant and then they get entitled
Hmm.
because they know they didn't create it. But then you start giving people credit for shit, they get real arrogant, they get entitled, and then they become parasitic. You
Hmm.
understand? Then they become very parasitic and they'll try to devour your ass. And that's
Facts.
where the problem is, right there. They start taking your kindness for a weakness.
Hmm.
And we got to cut that nonsense out.
He's right.
Let me see. Let's get the family up in here. Oh, God. Hold on. Joe Patrick. Wait, what's this? The Joe? What's up, Joe?
Hello, Tariq. What's up, man?
What's up, Joe? Joe, you're the Nigerian guy, right?
Yes, sir. You don't know you know me, man.
I know. I
No,
remember
from
that name.
Congo.
From the Congo. That's
Congo.
right.
East
Yes.
Africa, no,
I
Central
remember that
Africa.
name because he has an English name, but he's in the Congo. So what's up, Joe?
Yeah. I was wondering. I think now I think you seem more angry towards no FPA. What happened
I seem more angry towards who?
towards no FPA?
Towards non-FBAs?
Yes.
I'm not angry. I'm not angry at all. It was just like because this has been. We're just reiterating. We're seeing a reiteration of what I've been saying. Just like with we're talking about your fellow tether Shabuzi.
No, I don't like that guy. I don't. I don't
Uh,
like his hairstyle. I don't like his music. He only has like one song that was good. That's it.
yeah, so yeah, he's doing what I've been telling people. Now people are seeing what I've been saying. They've always done this little slick shit. They get
Hmm.
on these award shows and start delineating. I've been telling people they do this
Hmm.
while we're getting shamed when we delineate. Oh, we're evil and we're divisive, we're xenophobic, and then you get on stage. Shout out to all the immigrants. Yeah, fuck
You
all
know,
that.
no. When it comes to that, you are 100% right.
Uh-huh.
When they win something, oh, I'm from this.
Thank you, yo. This is why I say yeah. I'll fuck with some of these Africans, and this is why I give a lot of these Congolese people a lot of credit. I'm talking about the Congolese from France. And the reason why is because you know what? They'll tell the truth about their culture. And like everybody got some fucked up shit about their culture, even my culture. Some of my culture is fucked up too. You know, but at the end of the day, I do praise the good. I praise the good things about my culture, but I'm not gonna act like, yo, everything is sweet over here in my culture. No. That should be fucked up sometimes, you know. That's why you think certain shit goes sideways. I always tell people all the time, black people shouldn't be touching white liquor. All jokes aside. Leave that white liquor alone. Leave that shit for the white people and college kids. I used to drink white liquor and get myself in trouble. That shit ain't for me. So, yeah, the French Congo, the niggas who be rapping and everything, yeah, them niggas are solid. I gotta give credit to them, you know? And let me tell you something too. And what I like about them too, and this is just me, I like about the Congolese people, they still do their tribal dance. They still do their African dances. They'll be singing the song and then start doing their dances. And I'm gonna say this. This is the reason why some of these dances is popularized is because of them. It's not because of these people in their country. It's because of the excuse me. It is because of what they're doing in America. Do they do shit that we do over here? Yeah, absolutely. I could be honest about that, but at the end of the day, they still keep their culture in their country. Their family from first generations or second generations still teach their culture. When they get over here, it's different. It's like, oh yeah, when people come to America, it's like, oh yo, that's our culture. You're doing our culture, you know. So that's why I say I always have an issue with that. That's my issue. It's not like, oh well, they're stealing. No, you're trying to steal the culture. But when you see these other Africans in these other countries, they're not doing it. They're not doing that at all. So it's I don't know what it is about America where people feel like they have to steal. I think it's because they have seen the white supremacists do it. The white supremacists have stolen everything. This is why in 2026 they're finding out. And I'm gonna say this: in 2026, we find out Black Americans probably built 50%, like invented 50% of America. Like we came up probably with over 50 or probably more percentage of this country. You know, I'm just is we're being honest. That's what's happening.
This trial, I'm from this country, and then when it's something bad, oh, I'm I'm just black. I know.
Right.
Yeah, thank
You're
you.
right.
That's really true.
The boozy went out here and robbed a liquor store. Oh, I'm just a black nigga. I'm black. I'm black. We're all black. We're all in this together. Damn all that. No. See, and that's my thing. Thank you thank you, brother. That's my thing. That's why whenever these folks do crimes, I always point
Hmm.
out they ain't us. And they love, that's divisive, Tyree. Hell no. No, it ain't. When these tethers do crime, I make a point to say, hey, that ain't us. You ain't dumping none of your crimes on us. You're gonna be
Hmm.
just like Shabuzi. Be a proud immigrant, nigga. You ain't
Hmm.
dumping none of that shit on us. Be an immigrant all the way from top to bottom. When y'all do these scams, no, don't. Elian Omar, she running around here. She the blackest thing ever. Now she got on a kufi. Yeah, they're targeting us black people. They're targeting black people here in Minnesota. They're targeting black people. Now you black? No. You an immigrant, baby. You an immigrant. Stay an immigrant. Don't holler. Don't that. Give me that black shit now.
Hmm.
These Somalis are the blackest thing ever. Now they running around here with cocoa butter on them. They got kufis. Oh,
Hmm.
they're so black now. They got on Black Panther shirts. They just say the blackest thing ever now. Now that they're getting targeted, they were the main ones telling us they weren't black.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Oh no, they out here smoking Newports. They got do rags and shit. No. You Somali. You Somali immigrant. Not only that, some of y'all they were telling us they were Caucasian. Some of
Yeah.
y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Some of these Somalis they were telling us. Oh, I remember. They were calling us, talking about, hey, technically we're Caucasian. We're just dark
Yeah.
Caucasians. We got more in common with the Caucasians than y'all. I said,
Hmm.
okay. How's that working? Oh, how's that working? I said, oh, really? Oh, okay.
Mm.
Oh, y'all remember that?
I remember it.
Yeah, and technically, a lot of them are classified as Caucasian. They classify some of those Horn of Africans. Some of them they're classified as Caucasians. Oh, how's that working now, though? Oh, it ain't really working now. Now they blackety black now.
Hmm.
Oh, that they got a wake up call. Now, hey, brothers, hey, my niggas, hey, you remember when I said I was Caucasian? I was just bullshitting. I'm black like you. We're all in this together. No, I'm good. No. You on your own. We are not in this together. I'm not being chased by ICE.
Mm-mm.
I'm good. The only ice I'm going to get is an icy at 7-Eleven. All right? We'll just get me an icy and a Slurpee and watch the ice truck drive down the street with your ass. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have me a nice cool beverage. All right?
Yeah.
Hell no. Don't try to black it up now. Oh, no, we're not.
Yeah, man, that's the thing about Pan Africans. That's why I say, yo, you don't hear about Pan Africans helping. This is the thing. In Shabaka, I have to say this. Every time we talk about this topic, we don't hear nothing about no blackity black Pan Africans. Like we don't, man, and it's very disappointing. I will say that it's very disappointing. Now let's watch. Now we gotta watch your uncle.
Culture Debrief, where we don't do performative politics or pretty speeches. We deal in receipts, reality, and reparations. Now listen, I'm not here to bash everyone who ever waved the Pan-African flag. A lot of people came into this with good hearts, but somewhere along the way, the dream of global black unity turned into a giant loophole, a revolving door for non-FBA voices to hijack our struggle, derail the agenda, and slow walk the check we're owed. So today we're pulling back the curtain because whether folks want to admit it or not, Pan-Africanism has become one of the biggest roadblocks standing between foundational Black Americans and reparations. So let's get into it.
People are arguing back and forth with me about culture and languages and stuff that, like, if you're from a capitalist society, like, nobody cares about that stuff. Like, that's the reason why I feel like a lot of Black Americans feel like Pan-Africanism does not benefit Black Americans, because all of the talking points are always about what we can do for Africa, how we can build up Africa and help Africa, how we can send reparations over to Africa. And it's like, well, what do we get out of that? In exchange for that, you're offering us a connection to our roots, a connection to our heritage, our lineage. Nothing that can help us, nothing that can help build us up as a people that can actually benefit us, our descendants. Like, I'm sorry, but money in exchange for culture, it's not equal. Like, I'm sorry, you don't have to come with something a lot better than that.
Shout out to whoever this guy is. Was it Emily Bay? Shout out to you, player. Is that you, Chris?
if we're actually going to work together in a Pan-Africanist type of way, you got to offer more than languages and culture, because there's just not enough value there.
Pan-Africanism started as a call for.
So that's one thing. That's one right there. She said it, man. I think she said it in a great professional way. You got to offer more than just language and symbolic messages. You don't want that shit, man. Let me tell you something. When you try to say, yeah, you're gonna have some symbolic messages and shit like that, the Democrats been doing that same old bullshit for a very long time. That's why the Democrats don't like people like me, because them symbolic messages, that's what I'm gonna say this, and this goes out to Jasmine Crockett. You see how your own people turned on you so fast? Your Democrats in Texas turned on you so fast, and I'm talking about your Latino fans, your Latino supporters. There's this guy who just jumped in, and you've been doing the damn thing for like what, 5 years, and you didn't do anything. I mean, and they didn't vote for you; they voted for the Latino dude. And you did everything for Texas. So when you do, this is why I say all the time, Jasmine Crockett, you got the short end of the stick. This was supposed to be your year again. But them folks turned on you. All that sister woman shit that you was doing and stuff. And I'm going to say this. It's your fault, but it isn't your fault. If you would have stayed on code with Black Americans, niggas would have voted for you twice as more. You would have won. You would have never lost by 3 or 4. I'm just being personally honest.
Global Black solidarity. But what it turned into a vague feel-good slogan with no boundaries, no accountability, and zero focus on the unique debt owed to Black Americans, who, was descendants of American slavery. It became a passport for anyone with melanin to show up and shout Black power and start playing spokesperson, even when they have no connection to the lineage, no shared history, and no skin in the reparations game. Reparations isn't a Pan-African issue. It's a foundational Black American issue. But try telling that to folks like Dr. Umar Johnson, our favorite Pan-African uncle who's been raising funds since Obama's first term and still hasn't finished the school.
So far, we raised $250,000. I'm gracious, but I'm not content. Because I know y'all got a lot more to give me than some $250,000.
See that? You see that? Coming from an Afro-Cuban. And this is the question. He only talking to Black Americans like this. This is Pan-Africanism at its best right here. Panhandling like a motherfucker. I gave you my last two. I gave you half. I gave you $2.50, and I kept the other $2.50, and you still complaining that I didn't give you enough. That shit is crazy.
When Darren Wilson killed Michael Brown, white folks gave him $300,000 in 3 weeks for his defense. And Dr. Umar Johnson is trying to build a state-of-the-art school for black boys that y'all all know I need. And after 6 months, I only got $250,000. Trifling ass.
Begging like a motherfucker. Dr. Umar out here begging like a motherfucker. Yeah, this is why I say, yo, y'all be talking crazy about Black Americans, talk about we begging for reparations, and you got your leader, the Pan-African leader out here begging like a motherfucker to Black Americans. Y'all motherfuckers should be ashamed of yourselves. Watch. Let's listen to this begging motherfucker right here. Hold on.
A lot more to give me than some $250,000.
Like
when Darren Wilson killed Michael Brown, white folks gave him $300,000 in 3 weeks for his defense. And Dr. Umar Johnson is trying to build a state-of-the-art school for black boys that y'all all know I need. And after 6 months, I only got $250,000.
Begging
trifling
like a
ass black people. I'm gonna call it like I say it. And I don't care if you get offended. We can handle that outside. I'm getting sick and tired of getting texts on my cell phone for black folk talking about I've donated, like they done. You gave me 25 damn.
Pan-Africanism at its best, my nigga. This nigga talk about he building a state-of-the-art school. We seen that motherfucking school. That nigga said he is building a state-of-the-art school. Nigga, we have seen that school. Shabaka, what do you gotta say, Shabaka? This is your leader right here. This is the nigga who's leading the movement of Pan-Africanism. None of y'all other niggas ain't getting busy out here like that. It's only Dr. Umar out here by himself. Nigga out here getting busy. He said, how much money did his Cuban countrymen give him? They didn't give him shit. He's begging Black Americans. He ain't no different than Marcus Garvey. Wonder why he called the school Marcus Garvey, the Garvey School. Both of them begging motherfuckers. Both of them niggas is begging motherfuckers. This nigga crazy.
Dollars and you think you free now. We got to raise $2 million. Your ass ain't done.
That bright
I better
ass
get
gun.
some more and some more and some more and some more until we hit the goal, brothers and sisters. That's the way we're going to have to do this.
Look, we don't dwell on Umar. He's more of a footnote at this point, but he's symbolic of this distraction. All passion, no plan. Loud about unapologetically African, quiet when it's time to name who the debt is owed to.
Pan-Africanism is dead and Umar killed it. Dr. Umar, stop begging for money. I am so sick of this. Listen, I am nowhere near as famous as Umar, but I've done so much damn activism without asking you for a damn dime. Let me show you what I do for a living. You see them? Those are called goats. That's just one animal. As you can see, I got pigs all over the place and piglets. And you see Umar and Pan-Africanists, that's called a job, or as our Afro-Latino brothers would call it, a yob. Okay? I have a yob. I ain't got to see him pull off scams. I'm so sick of tethers and people who are Pan-Africanists with all these goddamn scams. I'm a hard-working farmer, a hard-working FBA farmer. We have nothing in goddamn common. Pan-Africanism is damn dead, and Umar put it on life support.
Oh, and just in case you thought Pan-Africanism was still holding hands and singing freedom songs across the continent, South Africans, Ghanaians, and Nigerians are currently beefing like it's a World Cup grudge match. Yep, trade disputes, cultural shade, and social media spats have turned African unity into a group chat full of left-on-red messages. So when people like Dr. Umar tries preaching Pan-Africanism like it's the cure for everything from colonial trauma to snow bunny addiction, just remember, the actual continent can't even agree on who invented jollof rice. So this isn't the kind of unity we should be looking for. It's mostly
Ghana is just Nigeria. I heard Nigeria makes the rice better. I'm not gonna eat this shit. I'll eat Ghana's food because they got this dope fish dish that I love from Ghana. My boy makes it. My boy's mom's make it in Lowell. And I'll spend like $100 in there just so she can make a whole bunch, and I just toss that shit up and everything. You know, these tethers up. And yeah, facts. You're right about that. They are kind of dangerous. Yeah, politically they dangerous. But yeah, there's some dope ass African dishes that I would eat, but I don't really eat like African food if I don't cook it. Like I got an African book that I make certain foods because I like certain African foods. So um that's why that's why I be telling Shabaka. Shabaka's a fucking idiot. He's 74 years old, man. Shabaka, when's your birthday, man? We're gonna have a birthday party for you, man. We're gonna have a live birthday party for you on the Bronze Reaper podcast. You know, we're gonna have Dorsey there. We're gonna have Combo, so he'll put you on timeout. Shout out to Combo. Combo's funny. We got When's your birthday, man?
a family reunion with no catering and 3 uncles fighting over the aux cord. So let's pivot to the bigger issue, because the bigger issue is how Pan-Africanism gave cover to Democrats and political figures to smile at black voters, got the vote, and then ran off on the plug. So we're going to start with the biggest heartbreak of all, Barack Obama. Black folks didn't just vote for Obama. We believed in him. We prayed for him. We cried when he won. We thought this was it. Finally, someone who fight for us from the inside. A black man with the highest seat in the land. But here's the reality check. Obama has a Kenyan father, white mother, and was raised in Hawaii and Indonesia. The only tie to black American lineage was through Michelle. And even that got watered down in his policies.
Remember I told you that? Because Michelle Obama's Geechee. She's from South Carolina. She's Geechee. She got a Geechee background. And I'm gonna say this, Michelle should know better. She should know better. She fucked up her own DNA, man. She should have just got a black man. Like her messing around with this motherfucker, man. I'm gonna personally be honest. Obama's technically closer to a fucking European than anything else. I'm gonna be personally honest about that. And it's not that I'm trying to shit on her. You said Michelle's a man. Nah, Michelle ain't no man. I gotta disagree with you that one, Robin. Let me tell you something. If she was a man, I'm gonna say this, Robin. If she was a man, don't you think they would have let her know before? Don't you think they would have let us know before she became before she got on before he was elected? I would be honest. Don't you think we would have known if he was before he would have got elected? Yeah. Them Republicans would have never let that shit slide. Let's personally be honest, So we can't do that, Robin. Come on, Robin, you bugging out.
Obama didn't grow up in the same economic and cultural struggle as most FBAs, but he benefited from our cultural capital.
Was born in Kenya. And just to be clear, I know where my birth certificate is, but a lot of people don't. I'm proud to be the first U.S. president to visit Kenya. And obviously, this is personal for me. There's a reason why my name is Barack Hussein Obama. Obviously, there are emotions to a visit like this. Memories come rushing back.
Your mother was white. Why would it be helpful, or why don't you say, I'm not a black president, I'm biracial?
Well, you know, when I was young, part of what I realized was that I'm less interested in how we label ourselves. I'm more interested in how we treat each other. And if we're treating each other right, then I can be multiracial, I can be, you name it. What matters is, am I showing people respect?
And what did we get in return? Zero support for reparations, no executive order for Black Americans, and no economic programs tailored to the descendants of slavery. He told Ta-Nehisi Coates in 2016, let that sink in. This man who ran on hope and change told Black Americans, yeah, but not for y'all. Instead, we got $12 billion to Israel, protection for dreamers, LGBTQ rights advancements, and the Affordable Care Act, which helped but wasn't targeted. Meanwhile, the community that gave him 95% of their vote in 2008 was left holding the hope bag. That wasn't leadership. That was a photo op presidency with a black filter.
Obama had a filibuster proof.
Symbolic messages. That's where symbolic messages help gets us. And Shabaka, this is the question I ask you, man, all the time. What do black people benefit off of Pan-Africanism? That's why I ask you those questions, man, because I don't want you to stray people down the wrong way, you know? That's all. Yeah.
He could have passed anything that he wanted, even a buy one, get one free reparations package. But instead, y'all, he gave us Obamacare. He called it a day. Like, I'm done. Oh, and the LGBTQ stuff. So if reparations were on the agenda, it would have happened then, but it didn't. And Democrats will never have that kind of power again. That's just the truth.
Then came Kamala, Indian mother, Jamaican father, sorority shout-outs, check. Hot sauce in the bag, check. Dancing at HBCUs, check. She played the culture like a playlist, but when it came to policy, crickets. When asked about reparations during the 2020 primaries, her answer was, we should study it.
Specific actions do you plan to take to administer reparations for this unpaid labor?
Right. So I'm actually supporting a bill. There's a congresswoman by the name of Sheila Jackson Lee that has written this bill out of the House, which I'm supporting, to study exactly what should be the response to your question. But to your point, and to just support your point, look, we had centuries of slavery in this country. We had decades of Jim Crow. We had legalized discrimination and segregation. And then we had de facto discrimination and segregation. And to believe or suggest that those years of treatment and abuse and violence and crimes did not have an impact is to overlook the facts of history.
Not support, not advocate, study. That's really code for, we're not doing it, but we want to look like we care. But Black Americans showed up for her anyways, especially, Black women. In 2020, over 90% of Black women voted for the Biden-Harris ticket. And what did we get? Symbolic first, no targeted economic relief, and just like Obama, no real support for reparations.
My agenda, well, first of all, on the point of reparations, it has to be studied. There's no question about that.
You see, this is where you lose me. The issue of reparations has to be studied. Well, how much damn studying do you need to do? She said this when she was a senator. She is right that her consistency is there. It is an issue that needs to be studied. How much studying?
So now we have Wes Moore, who is supposed to be the new face of Black political power. Born in Maryland, raised in the Bronx, veteran, Rhodes Scholar, looked the part, talked the talk. He ran as the first Black governor of Maryland and made history. Black folks showed up heavy in Baltimore, Prince George's County, and across the state. The expectation that he delivered. Instead, he vetoed a bill to study reparations in Maryland. Not implement it, just study it. Sounds familiar? This man ran on quotes from Frederick Douglass, but the moment it was time to move policy for the descendants of Douglass, he folded. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. It's like hiring a wedding planner who cancels the wedding because it's too complicated. Like, what are you talking about, bro? That's your job.
So Black Americans, we gotta talk about this. We gotta talk about Wes Moore vetoing a reparations bill for the descendants of American slaves. This guy is from a Jamaican lineage, and we gotta have an honest discussion about some of this diaspora stuff, about the reasons why there is some animosity, and we have to be honest and not gaslight and not deflect, because it wasn't Black Americans who did anything to this man. It was the 35% of Black Americans who were in his state that voted him in. So it's not us that caused this. It is Wes Moore and many people from his persuasion, not everybody, but enough of them, whereas they caused this stuff. And so I'm hoping they can veto it so that we can finally get some economic justice in this country. And this guy vetoed a bill to stop a study, meaning that he didn't even want to freaking study. And that shows you some of the animosity that some people, not everybody, have when they are Black immigrants or come from a Black immigrant family towards descendants of American slaves, towards FBAs. And I'm going to show you some actual proof of this when it comes to this particular issue. And Wes Moore, he had the potential to run for freaking president. And he will not make it there now because there's...
Have a good night, be active.
Saying he shouldn't even show up to South Carolina. The Democrats in South Carolina says because reparations is such a hot button issue and because so many Black people live in South Carolina, it's one of those states where almost half the state is Black. Yeah, listen, it is not good right now. He comes from an immigrant background, coming around us with this little wolf in sheep's clothing nonsense, pretending to be FBA, pretending to have any kind of link to us.
All three, Obama, Kamala, West, leaned on the aesthetic of Blackness, but dodged the responsibility of lineage-based justice. And the whole reason that they can do that, Pan-Africanism made it easy. When you promote the idea that all Black people are the same globally, you erase the specific debt owed to Black Americans. It lets politicians avoid direct reparations by saying we need programs for all people of color, dilute the debt by including everyone with melanin, perform diversity while avoiding accountability. Meanwhile, H.R. 40, the bill to study reparations, has been in Congress since 1989. And in 2021, it passed committee. It still hasn't reached a full vote. Pelosi dodged it. Biden shrugged. Senate Democrats blame Manchin and Sinema. Every time we get close, it's like they hand the baton to a ghost runner.
Paying reparations for slavery now is ridiculous. Everyone who was enslaved is dead. Can't argue with you there. Nice. But hey, on a totally unrelated note, could I see your wallet? Didn't we do this already? Not with 3-minute videos. Okay. Thank you. Did you just steal my wallet? Mm-hmm. Why? I wanted money but didn't feel like working for it. Give it back. Could you hang on just a second? I'm trying to do some online banking here. What online banking? Just transferring the wealth you generated through labor to my kids' investment accounts. What about my kids? Sucks for them. Do they have bootstraps? That's my money. It shouldn't go to your kids. It should go to mine. And done. Well, good luck getting it back. I can feel it's time for me to depart this phase. Wow, my portfolio's looking really great. My 2 favorite words in the English language, compound interest. Sorry, did I offend you? Just stop rubbing it in my face, please. Wow, someone's jealous. Not jealous, I'm pissed. Why? Because I'm better at managing my money than you? You're not better, you're living off money your dad stole from mine. It wasn't stealing, you got away with it. That doesn't mean it's not stolen. I didn't steal your dad's money. No, but you're spending it. Excuse me, my father worked hard to appropriate the value your father generated through his labor. Why shouldn't I enjoy our our good fortune. Because it's not your fortune, it's rightfully mine. So you want a handout. My inheritance isn't a handout. You didn't work for it. Neither did you. Well, you can't punish the child for the sins of the father. Who said anything about punishment? I'm just asking you to do the right thing here. Look, even if I wanted to pay you back, I couldn't. The money's probably gone. Check your bank statements. Even if I could do that, it would be too hard to figure out how much I owe you. I'm game to try. Let's just say we're equal starting right after my dad stole all your dad's money. Let's say we were always equal and you just pay me back. I prefer my arbitrary start date because it benefits you. Well, at least you get to keep the money you earned and you get to keep the money my dad earned. The point is, you and I are equal. No, we're not. Oh, you think you're better than me? No. Fail to understand your hostility because of the inequity. We ban that word.
But here's a twist in the story. We ain't dumb anymore. The days of giving our vote away just because someone looks like us are done. Thanks to the FBA movement, we've seen the blueprint. We know the tricks, and we've upgraded our political software. We're watching whose lineage.
Robert, I don't think you got the. I don't think you got the message of that video. I'm sorry, Robert, but I don't think you got the message of that video. There was a message of that. It's like saying, because your ancestors stole it, don't mean that you don't have to pay the debt. You know, that was already, that you benefit from. It's like, because somebody dies doesn't mean that, like, if you ever go to an Asian country, because your father dies and he owes a debt, doesn't mean that he doesn't have to pay the debt. No, it is very simple. It's like sending me to jail for a crime. No. Robert, it went over your head. Take time and watch the video.
Specific. We're calling out
When you have free
distractions.
time.
We're demanding policies, not poetry. Black Americans are finally vetting, not just voting. We're asking real questions like, do you support cash reparations? Where are your folks from? What am I getting for my vote? Where's the check? According to the 2021 Pew Research poll, 77% of Black Americans support reparations. This isn't a fringe issue, this is the base. And yet, not a single major Democratic candidate has run on a reparations platform for FBAs. Instead, we get symbolic gestures, street name changes, Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill, and documentaries like The Big Payback hyping up $25K housing vouchers in Evanston that go directly to mortgage lenders, not the people. That's not reparations. That's a real estate coupon. The Democrats ain't slick. Black American society is also starting to wake up to the fact that the Democratic Party has weaponized immigration and already dismissed Black activism altogether, not by accident, but by design.
It is not a criminal violation to enter the country illegally. It's not a criminal. It's a crime. It's not a crime.
Voters tell pollsters all over the country and here in Pennsylvania that immigration is one of the key issues that they're looking at this election, and specifically the influx of illegal immigrants from more than 150 countries. How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but
right
do you,
now,
just a
which
number,
is,
do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay, the point is that we have a broken immigration system that needs to be repaired.
So your Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
it's a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of
system
6 million people have been released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question, I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
Because this fight for reparations is not just about who's ignoring us. It's about how they're doing it. Not too long ago, Black folks were out here marching, voting for hope and change, organizing fish fries and Megan Thee Stallion concerts, just begging, while Democrats were out here playing political chess with our very existence. One of their go-to strategies, flood the area with illegals. Over 12 million illegals invaded the U.S. during Biden's time in Oval Office. And let me keep it 1,000. This is not about illegal immigrants. They're just a pawn in the game. It's about a strategy. Democrats have been flooding Black American neighborhoods with immigrants. Definitely not out of any solidarity, but to play the numbers game. The goal was to erode the need for the Black vote altogether. When new immigrant residents become the dominant voting bloc, politicians can say, well, we need policies that work for our voting base. Meanwhile, we've been their largest voting base for the last 60 years, and we still don't have much to show for it. And adding insult to injury, illegal immigrants don't even have to vote, but they can get access to so many resources that we can't seem to ever get. The Democrats has clearly been going out their way to make all these power moves because they...
Yo, Robin. So yeah, put it this way, Robin. Sometimes you just gotta let shit go, man. It's a different topic that you probably would never understand. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's certain topics that I won't get into because I just don't understand it, and that's one of those topics, man. So don't think too hard on it. All jokes aside, yeah.
They need to flatten Black specific demands, specifically.
I'll email you that. I think you emailed me one time, so I'll look for your email and I'll email what it meant.
Reparations. What's wild is that they're doing this knowing full well that Hispanic voters historically lean Republican, and many already have. So the strategy isn't just callous, it's risk-based. They're basically betting that if they dilute the power of the Black vote, they can still win, even as Hispanics drift away to Republicans. So if you never knew how much they hate doing right by us, that should tell you right there. Because nationwide in 2024, Trump earned 48% of the Latino vote, a huge jump from 36% in 2020 and 28% in 2016. That narrowed the GOPD gap to just 3 points. Among naturalized Hispanic citizens, Trump took 51%, up from 39% in 2020. In Texas, Trump won 55% of Latino votes, a 13-point gain from 2020 and the highest Republican share ever in modern exit polling. In Florida, particularly Miami-Dade, Cubans, and colonial Hispanics flipped heavily towards Trump, while Haitian and African Americans stayed Democrat, showing the split between the Hispanic bloc. The bottom line of this is flooding immigrant populations into Black districts didn't guarantee loyalty to Democrats. Instead, it reshaped the coalition into something more replaceable. See how that works? They flatten our pain, blur the lines, hide us in the crowds. One day we're the base, the next day we're minority group number 3 in our own communities. That's not progress. That's literally a disappearing act.
The Democratic Party is done. And you guys are really scrambling and looking very desperate right now. See, you are done because you weaponized identity politics. The country does not care about who's the first Black this, who's the first woman of this, who's the first Latina, who's the first LGBT. We do not care. We care about what you're going to do for the American people. And you have failed at that. You had the perfect time underneath President Joe Biden to show America that you still stood for us. And you showed us so much that you don't. The only thing that you accomplished was continuing to go after Donald Trump for 4 years, and you failed at that.
Give me a second. We'll watch half of this, then we'll get into the last one. But I hope y'all are learning a lot. And the reason why we watched that video is because we're seeing in the mindset of the Pan-Africanism. The Pan-Africanism has always been leaned towards more Democrat. You got Kwame, who's probably the rare one where he'll vote for conservative. He'll be more conservative, And he knows. And this is his culture too. Don't forget, Kwame is Jamaican. So the stuff that the Democrats that they do support, Kwame doesn't support that. So Kwame's gonna lean more towards Donald Trump.
Fucking work. Okay? You can go further back to the 14 and 1500s when the Europeans went over there to trade shit for African people, to enslave them and bring them to another continent. Pan-Africanism Did not work then, because quite a few of y'all ancestors was sitting up there operating as slave traders and slave catchers to catch the tribes that these people wanted, and even packed them up in slave castles and on boats and said, bye-bye, here, walk through this little door of no return. The shit ain't worked in 500 years, and y'all confused as to why in 2025 we are saying fuck Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is dead. But y'all supposed to be smart. Y'all supposed to have all your degrees and shit. Y'all the type of motherfuckers, okay, that literally will see that a relationship with a nigga or a bitch don't work, but you keep chasing that hoe. Y'all them type of motherfuckers, okay? When something don't work, do something else. You do something else, goddammit. And y'all mad because we have the good sense to do something fucking else with our time. I personally rather work on making the Black American community work. I'm not reaching across the fucking water trying to concern myself with getting along with motherfuckers from other countries. I would more so think it's more beneficial to try to get along with each other in this country within our ethnic group. I think all of our money, our research, our time, our degrees, our brain power, our resources should go to our fucking community. Not be sent any fucking where else. Y'all keep helping these motherfuckers, bypassing your community to help these motherfuckers just for them to get on and turn around and say, oh, we're doing better than you in your own country. Off y'all being Pan-African. While turning around and doing what they can do to hold you down, because you have not realized that they are not collaborating with you. They are competing with you. And if it's time to compete, bitch, let's go ahead and compete then. That's the type of time I'm on. Have a good day. Because at the end of the day, I don't have 10 more years in me. I remember coming up being young back in my 20s when we had to explain white supremacy to these motherfuckers. And now y'all want to holler, we all black under white supremacy. The people y'all had to explain white supremacy to. The people y'all had to explain systemic oppression to. The people you had to explain colonialism, neo-colonialism, colonization to. All these different principles, all these different concepts, all these different ideologies and theories that we understand that Black Americans have written books about, we had to literally try to find the smallest, most simplest, layman's terms explaining this shit to these motherfuckers like they was in kindergarten. Them motherfuckers didn't even know what xenophobia fucking was until we told them what it was. Just for them to turn around and holler, we're xenophobic every time they catch an attitude. Every time they don't get their way, we xenophobic. We have been literally carrying these motherfuckers on our goddamn back. We don't have shit to lose. The only thing we gonna lose is putting them bricks of motherfuckers that was on our back down. And they know that's what it is. They know that us separating from Pan-Africanism means we will not be carrying the diaspora or the continent no fucking more. That's what they know it's gonna be. We won't be abdicating for their shit. We won't be putting them above us before ourselves because we think they are so marginalized because they come from a less fortunate country and a less fortunate continent. We won't be going out our way to put them on no more. That's why they want to hold on to Pan-Africanism. Because they know for a fucking fact that Pan-Africanism has benefited them far more than it has ever benefited us. And they want us to continue being stupid and continue being their slaves. That's it. That's all.
You know damn well what we've been doing. You know damn well what we've been putting in. And it shows you again, he's willing to undercut FBA to throw a lifeline for Fat Joe? You willing to sell us out for Fat Joe? See, I see through all of the games. Okay, I see through all the trickery, all that slickness. I understand when you're dealing with people who are on that scam African train.
Remember what I said in the beginning? I said the things about Pan Africanism I will never understand, and I would never try to. The thing is, I said, and I'm gonna repeat it again. Dr. Umar defend the Latino community when Fat Joe blatantly disrespect the achievements of Black America. This nigga was talking about we all need to have a city hall and talk. We need to go up to city hall and have a meeting and talk about this shit. Like he didn't hear this nigga disrespect us. And a lot of y'all niggas validated that, y'all votes for Fat Joe. And Fat Joe is a Cuban Hispanic. He identified as a white man, and it like it is, like I said, it is what it is. But you Pan Africans can't be mad at Black Americans when we say, yeah, we're not fucking with Pan Africanism. Like Dr. Umar, we seen what you did, my nigga. We seen that Pan Africanism and Pan African movement didn't say shit when this shit was going on.
They're going to always try to come at you sideways and upside down. I see through all of that, all right? I know when someone's really trying to say something, they just ain't got the you-know-what to say it. Mm-hmm. See, that's the difference between us and them. When we feel it, we speak it. You don't like it, deal with it. That's how we get down. That's how we operate. That's how we function. He's trying to get us to see what it's like when anybody can just come around. We already know what that's like. Scam Africanism is no borders. There's no borders with scam Africanism, meaning anybody can show up and do whatever. That's what the hell we just got away from. If you go down to Scam Africanville, family, I'm telling you, you're going to get the same exact thing you've been getting for how long? Scam Africanism money done dried up. I want y'all to go back 5, 10 years ago. Go back 15, 20 years ago. Y'all remember when it was Scam Africanism? Y'all remember that? You ain't no damn American. You are from Africa. Remember that real lecture stuff? Remember that? This is what Scam Africanism did. Scam Africanism, it made it to the point where you being who you are was a bad thing. You representing your lineage was a bad thing. You were supposed to wave the flag for Zaire. You were supposed to wave the flag for Kenya, or how he's over there waving that Ghana flag. That's what you were supposed to do. Mm-hmm. You weren't supposed to talk about reparations. You want to know why we never got reparations? I'm going to tell you why we never got reparations. Because nobody felt that they were American enough to get reparations in the first damn place. Mm-hmm. They wanted reparations for everywhere in Africa opposed to America. That was the warped logic. We showed up and said, no. When we got in this era, the reparations generation, we cleaned some things up. We said, what we're going to do, we're going to be lineage first. And with lineage means you can represent who you are. Mm-hmm. Represent who you are, you can get your money. Now you can go collect the damn debt. They was trying to collect the debt from South Africa. I ain't never been there. Right here is where I'm at. All of my ancestors are right here. Once we started claiming that, it was over. So now we are on this lineage, heritage, and culture in this movement strong. Very, very strong. And this is what they're afraid of. Imagine, y'all, the scam African for all of those years getting over on us. And now the scam African, they can't move us the way. See, this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to move us the way they used to. You ain't an American, you African. You don't need reparations. And if you do, go give them the kingdom. They can't move us. We don't budge no more. The things that people used to do that moved us, it ain't working. Not in this era, not in this generation. So it's a different time. It's a different generation.
The pro-black and the Pan-African movements really started here in America, right? That's a fact, Marcus Garvey, So that shows we, the enlightened thinkers, we thought. And I'm not taking credit, they had great people too, but a lot of the movement started over here because we seen that we need to unite amongst one another. It was great Black American thinkers, even the Black Panthers had this type of energy. So for us to now switch up on that, I think that it's wrong on our end.
Let me ask you something, sir. Why do you think we switched up?
I'm not saying.
Why do you think I rolled over and said, "Fuck them Africans"?
Because I want to say online, the media has, because what's his name? Kelly was saying just now, he used to love Africans. He has it tatted on his wrist, but when he met him online or whatever, they calling him all these names. He couldn't fuck with that no more.
Wait, so you think all of our experiences, everybody who's on this panel right now, my experience, everybody's experiences when I know ready to come, is based off of online?
No, no, no. Let me not twist it in that way, right? Because I met people in real life who are African who obviously feel some type of way, and he said, his friends' parents didn't like him as a kid too, which is fair. But you see, a little experience like that is gonna make you color a whole continent.
Since you're going to undermine all of our experiences and say that it was just him, it was just them, we should have generalized. Let me give you a general example. Wes Moore in Baltimore, the mayor of Baltimore, who's half Jamaican, I think, and half FBA, came out and made a statement saying that Black Americans don't deserve reparations. We shouldn't worry about that, and we should just worry about just moving forward. Example one. Example two, we had Kamala Harris come out and say, well, Black Americans, I need your vote, even though I'm not Black American, but I'm going to act like I'm Black American, and I can't do nothing particularly for you, but you should vote for me because I'm Black. So these are no longer jokes. These are spaces that they're now representing us and telling us what they think we need. Now this is a much more bigger problem. This is not a joke no more. Go ahead, Polo.
Ask a question like genuinely, right? At that point, I see where you're coming from.
So you see where I'm coming from. Okay, go ahead.
I see where you're coming from, right? It's a problem when people don't respect you, but they infiltrate.
It's on a national level.
What it is.
Go.
They comparing their bottom 10%. They comparing their top 10% to our bottom 10%. If we compare 10% top 10 to top 10, we would dust them in the water. And I'm not saying like this on some, but Kobe knew who can guard Kobe. It was nobody.
Nobody.
Only Kobe can guard Kobe.
Nobody.
And I think it's a little. I think it's a little jealousy too from the others too.
But see, that's
because they feel like we got main character syndrome. But
we do.
We all them niggas.
We do.
We them niggas.
We do. We do.
I don't know.
We do. Take the flag back, Black man. It's yours. You got it. You got it. That's why I did. That's why I love how my queen really just rattled them all. I love that. She's cosplaying America. She can't cosplay shit that's hers. I personally, by my queen, I mean Beyonce Giselle Knowles Carter. Yes, first of her name. I personally love that. I love that. No, I agree with you 110%. And then just keep it like on the whole diaspora tip. That's why any time if we would like if this conversation was to happen and if we're around people, from the diaspora, the moment they start that, which I consider to be like that ignorant talk of what Black Americans can and cannot do, I'm the first one to stand up and set that shit straight, because it was on the backs of my people the reason why you're able to come over here, blend in, and act the way you act. Let's get down to it, because not until about really 2020 did you see a lot of Black Americans doing that great migration and going back to the continent.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just call a spade, baby. And notice I said Black Americans.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, and Pan-Africanism has been one-sided for years. Now, I will give, let's say, second-generation Africans their just due by trying to, mend relationships. But
yeah, they do what they can.
Yeah, and they really are.
Most of the time, it's also them who like to talk crazy outside their neck.
Oh, because they was bred and learned it from home.
Yeah.
And I really don't care.
No, I don't care.
I treat it like
but you better keep that shit over there. If you ain't ready,
yeah.
You better keep that shit that way.
But then I also don't like the notion too, like, and it's just a cultural difference. They don't understand, like, the host going, they call it bullying. I just hate the label of roasting somebody like bullying, because that's just not our culture like that.
Yeah, because I say,
and I can get it. I can probably feel
like
you're being attacked.
I can see how I feel like you're getting attacked, you're getting piled up on.
Yeah,
I will never take that feeling away from you. Absolutely, right. Like but
please listen. Like when I say, is no malice coming from it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
And something I always stand true to is I say all the time, Black people at our core, we're just not that type of people. At our core, we're not violent. Violence was taught, babes.
The one you own or scoring on the most, that's really the person you love the most.
Foundational Black Americans have to go there with a bag. We ain't going over there empty-handed. If we go over there, they want to see what we're holding, ma'am. Let's not play that game. Those African nations are not welcoming us. Ma'am, I've been over there. You're talking to somebody who's been all over there. I've been over there damn near begging for dual citizenship for foundational Black Americans in Zimbabwe, in South Africa, Tanzania. I'm over there begging some of the officials, hey, man, why don't y'all have easy dual citizenship? Y'all have all of this beautiful land. Yeah, it's beautiful, very beautiful out there. But all of this beautiful land out here, just spaces and acres of land that's untapped. We can bring capital. We have access to resources over in America. Why don't y'all open the doors for us and give us dual citizenship with no red tape? Nobody was really biting. That's just the reality of it, ma'am. We can sit up here and talk all that coon. They weren't biting on it. And that was the least they can do. for us, because we don't get anything from this whole Pan-African thing. This Pan-African thing has been one-sided. Pan-African is basically foundational Black Americans fighting to get everybody to come over here and eat off us. That's what it's been for the last 60 years. It has been one-sided.
Did you say that one more time, or excuse me, rephrase that?
Watch
I
this,
said
everybody.
Pan-Africanism, the whole Pan-Africanism thing has been one-sided.
Mm-hmm.
Sided only. Us over here fight to help everybody come over here and eat off us, and we get nothing in return.
Give me a second, everybody. I'm sorry. Yeah, we did. Hey, what's going on, Kai Cash? Yeah, we did that. We did that a few weeks ago. Yeah, it was good. It was good. I'll tell you. Email me, and I'll tell you the show that we did it on. What's going on, John Hancock 87? Salute, salute. But yeah, we did do that one. I apologize. I'm doing like 30 different things right now. What's going on? Salute to you. Let me see. John Hancock. Tellers can't get shit popping. No, they can't. The thing about it, because they don't have the blueprint, they're so used to complying. They're so used to complying. Don't forget they come from a country that they had to sign a treaty to. So they thinking a treaty is a flex. That shit ain't no flex. I'm gonna be personally honest. It's not a flex. It's just you submit.
Pan-Africanism, ma'am. It is one-sided, is it not?
I don't think so.
Okay, what have you done over in the continent to welcome foundational Black Americans in large numbers? All you did, ma'am, was spew a bunch of catchphrases. You just said a bunch of nothing burgers, ma'am. I asked you what y'all doing, and you start making up some stuff about some oil. You're just making stuff up off your head, ma'am. Some oil and your family and connect. We got to get together, and let's not have some doubt. Ma'am, this is called babbling. This is called babbling, ma'am. And what it is, a lot of you want to get in these spaces, and you know you're not really bringing anything to the table. So when you don't bring anything to the table, y'all try to babble in order to mask this fact, ma'am. And that's the thing with us. We don't really like people coming around babbling incessantly, spewing a bunch of word salads and nothing burgers, knowing that you're not really bringing anything to the table. That's very passive aggressive.
Okay, listen. You guys keep trying to use Pan-Africanism to mask your disrespect. Again, you're using Pan-Africanism to mask your disrespect. When somebody tells you that we are not you, we are ethnic Black American, we are a separate group, we do not identify as you, we do not want to identify as you, and you keep saying we're all black, but in fact you...
So she's about to spit some game right now. What she's saying right now, I do agree. And this is where I talk about a lot of flat blackness. Flat blackness is I think it's probably one of the most dangerous things from. It's like smoking crack when you keep on using flat blackness on people.
No, that's not true, and you're trying to force Pan-Africanism, but really it's disrespect. It's not truly Pan-Africanism. It's disrespect. And because you know good and well that if you were in your home countries, you would be waving your flag talking about I'm proud to be whatever it is that you are. If you're from Africa, you'd be I'm proud to be whatever tribe. You'd be sitting there talking about whatever your tribe's little call is, that's what you be doing. Whatever, if you're Caribbean, whatever flag and whatever music that you listen to, you be dancing to.
Yo, whole girl is so funny. She said, yo, I gotta do that one more time. I'm sorry, everybody.
Pan-Africanism, but really it's disrespect. It's not truly Pan-Africanism. It's disrespect. And because you know good and well that if you were in your home countries, you would be waving your flag talking about I'm proud to be whatever it is that you are. If you're from Africa, you'd be I'm proud to be whatever tribe. You'd be sitting there talking about whatever your tribe's little call is, that's what you be doing.
Oh my
whatever,
God.
if you're Caribbean, whatever flag and whatever music that you listen to, you be dancing to, talking about I'm Trini, I'm Jamaican, or whatever. Okay, so stop trying to pretend like you don't understand what we're saying when we saying we are not all black, we are ethnic Black American. And then when you say, hey, well, you know, the non-melon, the YT man doesn't care what we are. That's why we are delineating, and that's why we're saying we're not the same. Because we don't center our group, our ethnic group, based on how those people see us. We just don't. Like some of us do, but the majority of our group, we do not center ourselves and we do not define ourselves by the way that the police see us or
the YT government sees us or the YT community sees us. That's how your group wants to see yourself in reflection of how the YT person sees you. That's fine, but that's not how we do. And this just further explains why we're delineating. Stop using Pan-Africanism to erase us. Stop using Pan-Africanism to disrespect us, because we're not having it. All it does is it doesn't make us say, oh yeah, you're right. No, it just makes us you understand that you're disrespectful and you're even more in terms of erasure. And we're just going to dig in our heels even more. So we just want to keep going. We're getting larger, stronger, and your antics are converting people every day more and more and more so. So just shout out to us. And if those of you who are tuning in who don't know what ethnic Black Americans are, it means we are not Afro-Caribbean, we are not Afro-Latina, we are not African, we are not Aboriginals from Australia. They have indigenous people in every country. We're not melanated indigenous from Japan or wherever. We are ethnic Black American. That means that we are Black people who have been in America at minimum since 1526. Our ancestors built America through forced I don't know if I can say it, but rhymes with Mavery.
Forced labor. I think she was going with forced labor. Let's see what some of y'all said. I'm gonna keep on reading. Listen.
Okay, and then add the SL. We are the descendants
Facts,
of the people
Kai. I
who
like
built
listening
this
to
country.
them too.
Some people, and I know for me, for a fact, my cousin just did. I pushed him. He just did my genealogy or whatever on my mother's side, and we
We're gonna
definitely
do
have
5 more minutes
indigenous
of
in our
this.
blood. So we are a mixed group of people. I'm not saying that my 5 centuries, 6 centuries, 8 centuries ago that nobody ever came from West Africa. I am not saying that. But what I'm saying is that we are definitely indigenous to this land. We are a mixed group of people, and this is who we are. When I mean mixed, I mean like we have Black indigenous, we may have African, and we unfortunately have European as well. So we're not African, we're not Caribbean, we're not Hispanic, we're not Latino, we are American. We're American. We are one of the oldest ethnic groups in America. And so that is who we are. Stop using Pan-Africanism to try to erase that, to disrespect us, because you want to do that. When you know good and well, when you go home and you eat your ackee and saltfish, and you look around and you have your flags all up and down, when you're eating your doubles, if you're Trini, and you got your flags flying and you're listening to your soca with your parents and laughing and joking, or if you're at home and you're listening to Mark Anthony, or you're listening to No Le Pega la Negra, you are celebrating your culture and you understand that.
Shout out to Nalegla too. Homegirls, she's Dominican. She's an Afro Latina from Miami. She be getting busy, you know. She be supporting her Afro Latina culture. So I got to give her credit for that, you know. And she tells you about the colorism that goes on in that country, and you see it on Love and Hip Hop. She's on Love and Hip Hop too. So yeah.
You're different from us. So keep that same energy. When you go home and, you know, y'all talk about how you need to go send money back to your home countries to help your families out. And you need to make sure that cousin such and such is trying to get over here. How do we help them get a visa? Or how do we help them fill out the paperwork? You know that you're different from us. So stop it. Be proud of where you're from and understand that we're different.
Y'all was racism, because when white people was using y'all as tools of white supremacy to try to deny systemic oppression, they were saying, "Oh, well, Africans or Caribbeans were doing better than y'all," and y'all was preaching that same rhetoric.
Yeah.
Where the fuck was Pan-Africanism then? Where the fuck was this?
I tell y'all all the time, yo, the Pan-African movement be disappearing on Black Americans. They do the Houdini trick. All jokes aside, they do the Houdini trick. And what I mean by the Houdini trick is that they'll come over here, ask us for money, tell us to help them with their schools and their movements and stuff like that. And we'll be 10 toes down with them. But once these people come from, these Africans and Caribbeans come from different countries and stuff, yo, you won't see these Pan-Africans will let them disrespect you. All jokes aside, yo, you see how Kwame talks about Black Americans. You see how I told him, yo, it's offensive when you call us African American, knowing that, like, yo, none of us don't really like that term. They're like that.
Oh, we black progression and this and that. Then no, you niggas happily sat on that fucking dog bed where.
All right, we're gonna watch this very last one. I want to watch this one. We'll probably watch. Now we'll watch the whole thing. It's only 20 minutes, so and we're gonna end the show. Cause I was only supposed to do like 3.5 hours, 3.5, 4 hours.
Cyber Regina, hop on, beloved.
Good morning, Tariq. Sorry I've been missing.
Also, everybody, don't forget to send some donations to my GoFundMe or my Cash App. Don't do super chat right now because I'm trying to donate. I'm trying to save up. I'm trying to get money so we can start the short filming probably in May, June-ish. So definitely don't forget to send donations to my GoFundMe to help out my new project. Brother Morningstar, Sir Adam's great Sir Adam's no the great portrayal of no Sir Adam's great portrayal. That's what it's called. So don't forget to send in some cash app. You can do 5, 10. It's cool. It's something because the money that y'all give, I'm gonna double it. So don't worry. I'm gonna double it whatever y'all send, plus more. So again, don't forget to send in some donations for the GoFundMe or do the Cash App because the Cash App, I'm just gonna send it to the GoFundMe. So yeah, and thank you too.
For a couple of weeks, as you know, I had my brother died, then my aunt died, and I
Hey.
had another aunt die. We buried her Wednesday, so it's been back to back to back.
Oh wow, well, condolences to your family, dear.
Thank you. But I wanted to address what this Somalian came in here and said. They're just unbelievable. As you know, I was stationed out there in Africa, so Somalians are the most hated people in Africa. Nobody wants them in their country. But President Obama, put them in here, and I think there's something like 80,000 in Minnesota.
Yeah.
A bunch of them were arrested during COVID for fraud.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Then a bunch of them went to fight for ISIS. So I don't know what this guy is talking about. And as far as the Nigerians, I'll tell you a story about the Nigerians. The Nigerian plane got...
Them niggas is the king of scammers. I'm sorry to say it, but them niggas is the king of scammers. I like Nigerian people, they're cool, but them niggas is the king of scamming. Them and the Indians. Those are some scamming motherfuckers. Are there other scammers? Yes, but the population of scammers in their country is fucking ridiculous, man. This is why I'm gonna say this. They're the reason why niggas have to start over with their degrees. It's because the Nigerians and the Indians, man. So
stuck in Djibouti.
Oh shit.
The Djiboutians would not let them off the plane. They kept them sequestered in the airport for like 5 days. Wouldn't let them airport. It was just unbelievable. And I had to fly out there, and you saw all these people, and the smell of the airport for that. These are two of the people that most of Africa, the continent of Africa, doesn't want them in their country, and that's a fact.
The French.
But more importantly, I just want to say that I am.
Oh yeah, Dorsey. They eat a lot. They eat that. They eat snails. Their delicacy is snails. Yeah, the French eat some good shit. I never had no squab, but yeah.
So impressed by our people, the discipline that we are exhorting in terms of resting and being on vacation and keeping our mouths shut and watching the show with our popcorn. Because this is not our fight. This is not our fight. And what I would say for us to do is to go take time right now and go do the research on your families. I would recommend Ancestry, not for the makeup they're going to give you in terms of telling you, what your background is, But you will be able, I promise you will be able to find that your family has been here for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Mm-hmm.
You won't find any, I can't find one African.
Yeah.
I can't find one African in my lineage. And it goes all the way back in this country to the beginning, to 1200, and then it goes up through Europe.
Hey, Shabaka, can you find any Africans in your family? I don't think I can find any Africans in my family. But I'm gonna do the genealogy. I might have to do a genealogy or just go through. I'm gonna have to do it the hard way.
But they have the names
Yo,
because
bro, I
we
thought
were
Nigerians was
always
the top.
documented. And then I was
in
in
Africa.
I don't know if I told you.
Yeah, in Africa, they're the top scammers, and it's probably Somalis after. But worldwide, it's neck and neck. It's like Nigerians and Indians. You know, maybe the Chinese, but it's mostly Indians and Nigerians. The scams that Somalis do, they do like scams from government. They do government scams. They're like fucking the mob sometimes, you know? So, but you gotta understand, they think they're good at it.
Before, I was in a genealogical space with people in Scotland, and they said they can't even find their people. The white Americans here can't even go back as far as we can because
Right.
they only documented the nobles in these countries in Europe. They only documented the nobles, and we're connected to the nobles. So maybe that's where the jealousy comes from the Africans, that they know we come from the royal class here in the United States, from the indigenous, because they were the royal class here on this continent, and we're connected to the royal class in Europe, which we don't acknowledge, but who they want to be.
Right.
We know they're not, which is, silly. They should build their own. They have a beautiful continent,
Like I
but they
said,
won't build it.
Remember I said that? I said Africa has a beautiful continent, but for some reason they don't want to, they don't want to add on. They don't want to put the, hard work into building that country. It's true, man. And like I said, I fuck with Africa heavy. It's just they don't want to build it. Like, what the fuck can you do if they don't want to build it, So, yeah.
They won't build it. And there's another thing that I want to talk to you too. I bought what is that? Hebrews to Negroes 3 came out.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like they got to him somehow, because he's going back and talking about this back to Africa stuff. Why is everybody trying to get us out of our own continent? We've been trying for hundreds of years.
Right.
And you need to look at that. Why because they can't take this continent while we're here. Because like I said before, we've fought in every war. We don't flee. We stand 10 toes down on our land and we fight right here. And that bothers people. And we need to be proud of a country that we have. This is our country. We have built we built this country. We have most of the inventions. These people that came here were peasants. They're peasants. You come from royal class in this country, and they know it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Cyber Regina, the lovely Cyber Regina, always bringing truth to power. Let's get Chuka Facts in the building.
Yo, what's good, Tyreek, man? Loving your show.
Thank you.
I wanted to agree and then also disagree with some stuff. With the whole Nigeria thing, I am also a Nigerian, born and raised in America, Houston, Texas. Nigeria, there's a lot of bad things happening, but there's also some good things happening. So I don't want to make it seem like it's just all a bad story.
I'm gonna agree with him. There are some bad things. There are some good things that are happening in Nigeria. It's just one of them ain't building toilets. I'll tell you that. I had to say that shit. And I'm sorry, but I had to say that shit. Them niggas need to build toilets in Nigeria. So I'm gonna say this: Nigeria. If you don't get control of that type of shit, all you gotta look at is Bangladesh. Bangladesh is the dirtiest fucking country in the world. Bangladesh is that dirty. So best, just remember, if you keep on going down this fucking rabbit hole, your country's gonna look like Bangladesh. And I'm sorry, but it's a fucking dirty country, man. Bangladesh. If y'all ever have time, look up the Bangladesh.
Everybody in Africa hates us. I mean, we're not perfect, but I wouldn't make it to where it's like all horrible, you know? So that's just kind of what I want to push back on. But yeah, there's a lot of corruption and tribalism and stuff like that that's happening.
Yeah.
That's probably the only thing I would kind of push back on a little bit. But
But
let
okay,
me tell you something, man. Everything else you're saying is spot on.
yeah.
We are born, like me, I'm born and raised in America. My mind's focused on Nigeria. That Somalian man that came up here, Somalia, let me tell you something. Are they even really a country right now? If I was a Somalian born and raised in America, Canada, the UK,
Oh, my
I would
man.
not even have my mouth open to talk shit about nobody else. I'll be focused
Was
on
recognized
advocating for the issues in
different nations.
Somalia, making sure you actually have a
Facts, Dorsey.
government,
You're
making
right
sure you
about
guys
that.
don't get absorbed by Somaliland. And that goes for if you're from Ghana, if you're from the Caribbean. You know, one thing you really got a lot of black.
Homie gotta understand too. There's a lot of Nigerians in Texas now. A lot of Niger. Don't forget, like yo, you'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you this. You're gonna start seeing a lot of Nigerians to moving in Texas. So, yeah. Bangladesh is very dirty, Dorsey. That's their water is worse than Mexican water. You know, at least in Mexico water, you'll get sick for the whole vacation. You drink Bangladesh water, you might not make it out that motherfucking country. So, so I'm gonna tell you, all
Black
right?
Americans have to watch out for. There are a lot of us who are born and raised in America who honestly hate our lineage. It's disgusting. They hate the fact that they're from Nigeria or they're from, you know, Jamaica or Haiti or whatever. And they honestly want their offspring to identify as Black American. That's why they fight so hard,
Yeah.
you know, and it's just something that really pisses me off. Like, we come from a great continent. Is it perfect? No. Do we got a lot of stuff we got to fix? Of course, man. But if we're all just trying to leave and trying to come to America, you know, whatever. We're trying to, you know, just not focus on nothing, you know, like not focus on our homeland. Who's going to be there? So we're all going to leave Africa, but then we're going to complain that the Chinese are taking it over. That seems contradictory. Some of us has to actually go back or at least visit and try to help our continent come up, or it's always going to be a shithole. And people gonna always talk about how it smells in our airports, and people gonna always talk about how we don't have enough running water or nothing working out there. We're not Black Americans.
Yeah.
We're not. And I'm saying this as somebody born and raised in America. I am not a Black American. They have their own very proud, very strong lineage, and we need to respect it. How can we be talking shit about Black Americans, but we ain't got our shit together? A whole country that's ours, you know? And I want to just end with saying this, man.
And I'm gonna say this: Nigerians got, you know, that country of Nigeria. There's more because this 40 plus million Black Americans. I think there's more people in Nigeria than in America. Yeah, because the second from people who has like African descent is Brazilians. So yeah, this mad Nigerians, you know, he kept it. He kept it real, Dorsey, man. I gotta respect it too, man. Yeah, homie kept it real about his country. You know, Nigeria is crazy. You know.
Would not be in this country, and a lot of us, if we being real, we wouldn't be in this country if it wasn't for Black Americans. My own father got admission into Alabama A&M
Yeah.
when he was in Nigeria. And the only reason they gave him a visa to even come over here in the 70s is because of that admission letter Black HBCUs were coming to Nigeria, recruiting Africans and helping them get admission letters so that they could come to America, and
Absolutely.
helping them to get housing and helping them do all that kind of stuff. And there was a lot of Black American sisters back then that was marrying Africans and helping them get their green card too. But I'm not going to speak too much about that, you know? So
Big thing
it's the
back.
truth, man. There's so much. I could keep on going. I'm an engineer. I was a part of an organization called the National Society of Black Engineers. An African American organization started to help promoting engineering. I would have not gotten my jobs if it wasn't for Black Americans. And a lot of Nigerians are in the same case. So we need to stop all this bullshit we doing and focus on our home countries, man. And keep on putting that thought on our neck, man, for real. Like, we all need to hold our own nutsack, man. We all need to focus on our own shit, man, for real. Because that's how we're all going to get better. If we're all trying to come to America and reach out for all the benefits that should go to African Americans, when are we going to actually use those benefits that we're getting and bring it back to our homeland and build that up? You know?
My man said root
Yes,
So,
word.
you know, that's what I wanted to say, man.
Shout out to
man.
Kai Cash. Salute.
And real good talk. Much again, that's respectful. My man's keeping it a bean.
Man.
That's what you do, man. Just give props where props are due. Just keep it a buck, man.
Hey, yo, Robert, I'm going to tell you the dirtiest place I ever went to in Massachusetts. It was probably South Boston. South Boston used to be all like white Irish people. When I say it was fucking dirty in there, it was fucking dirty. Um, yeah, it was disgusting. All jokes aside, man. I wouldn't advise anybody to try to live there. You know, it's nice now because they cleaned it up and they're trying to turn it into a tourism. But it was a fucking shit show, man. I went, and this is where I always tell people I don't know why they want to live amongst racist white supremacists. Yeah, them niggas is dirt. Yo, them white Irish people in South Boston were fucking dirty. I would have never tried to go to their fucking school. I don't. I don't doubt. Yeah, yo, South Boston was dirty, man. They got a very lovely beach before the drugs came in, but you know, it went to fucking hell. The Whitey fucked it up and ran off.
That's all.
And when I say Whitey, I mean James Whitey Bolger. You know, so James Whitey Bolger fucked it up. That's what I mean when I say Whitey. You know, so yeah.
We say because we've done nothing but help people. So my man, he kept it a bean. Hey, man, we were able to get these programs because y'all were coming over here helping us, man. Y'all were putting together admissions letters. Y'all were opening up trades. Y'all were opening up organizations that we can benefit from that'll get us over there to work and go to school. So yeah, just keep it a buck, which is what we've been saying. That's the reason why I had a problem with so many of these foreigners talking greasy, because cats get over here after we done helped them and then try to be on some, yeah, I came over with $2, nigga. Why, you're not doing better than me? Oh, well, hold on now. Hell, I gotta see, that's why I had a problem. Because that's disrespectful to my damn ancestors. That's disrespectful to my lineage. No, my people sat up here helping folks bring their asses over here. My folks were up here in these black churches here in the South. I'm in Alabama right now. With some of these folks down here putting their pennies together so they could house some of these foreigners coming from Africa and the Caribbean and let them stay over here with them while they went to school.
So I'll say this. In Europe, they call that farming. So when a lot of these Nigerians and Africans were sending their kids over here for a better education, in England, Great Britain, they were giving it to these Irish, the Scottish, the Brits. They were giving their kids to. They would get the Africans and the Caribbeans were giving their kids to them, and they were being raised by those type of people to get, to get get a little bit of cheddar in their pocket. If you ever have time, watch the movie Farming. They got Idris Dawson in it. The guy who plays Franklin on Snowfall. It's a funny movie. To me, it's not funny, but it's funny. This nigga had an identity crisis because I'll tell you what happened. This nigga was brought over to England from Nigeria, and so he was hanging around a lot of white people, and this was the time where integration was happening, and the great it was an integration. It was a whole bunch of migrants moving into England, where like the Caribbeans and Africans was moving in there. So he was like probably the first one, and he was just around a whole bunch of white people, and he started seeing skinheads. So when he was going to school, what he did, he'll take some like white powder or some type of white makeup and put it on his face to be like them. And when the white people was trying to make fun of him, he was like, "What are you laughing at, monkey?" He'll say that to the white people. So they sent his ass back to Africa, and the nigga was in one of those. He was in a tradition. He came back. Nigga cut the chicken's head in front of that nigga. That nigga was so traumatized, so they had to send him back because the nigga was wilding out in Nigeria. So when he came back, the nigga ended up joining a skinhead gang. The nigga was the first African skinhead. So. Yo, I'm not joking with y'all. Y'all might think I'm lying, but no, it's called Farming. It got the dude Franklin in it from Snowfall. So, and I'm sorry if I'm laughing, if y'all niggas don't think that shit is hilarious or funny, and I apologize. But yeah, that's the the nigga was out here wilding out. Yeah, and you know what? It's a real person too. I'm gonna tell you that was based on a true story. So the guy who plays, if y'all ever watch Oz, if you ever seen Oz, there's this guy named Simon Mbisi. Simon Mbisi was a Nigerian. He was in jail, out there sexually violating people in prison. But that movie was based on his real life of living in England, being in Nigeria. Ever looked him up? I forgot the man's name. It was like he woke, if you see him now, you would have never thought, but he's a Nigerian. So yeah, it's called Farming. So it's a real movie on a real person. So the guy who plays off of Oz, I might have to see. Yeah, it's called Farming. Let me see. You know what? Will I get a copy strike if I show you the trailer? You know what? I'm gonna put the trailer. You know what? I'm gonna show you the picture of it. Yeah, I'll do that. And y'all might think I'm joking, I'm lying, but this is a real movie. Yeah, this shit was crazy. Yo, this is how y'all know I'm not fucking lying. Like, and after this, this is how the movie looks. This is how the movie. Hold on, let me stop that shit before we get a copy strike or something. Yeah, this is how the fucking movie looks. Hold on, I'm sorry. Let me move my face. Let's see. Give me a second, everybody. I apologize. Y'all can't even see this shit. Yeah, this is how this shit looks. It's called Farming. This is a dude from Snowfall too. Like, yo, the fucking kid, he's bugging out. And this is based on this nigga's right here. Is it him? Is it him? Yeah, this is him right here. This is the dude right here. This is based on his real life. This nigga used to be a skinhead in England. This is why I say, yo, y'all niggas, y'all skinheads, y'all Nazis, you nigga Nazis, y'all niggas is down bad, man. Y'all always need some type of melanated help. Like, see, look at right here. I'm gonna read this shit to you. Yo, this nigga used to be a skinhead. They told us he was a skinhead. Look at after enduring repeated physical attacks by local skinheads, he earned their respect by standing up to them and eventually allying forces with them. At 16 years old, his birth parents sent him to a boarding school in Surrey, where gratitude to his studies and ultimately transforming his life. Like this nigga used to be a skinhead. This nigga right here. Yo. Yeah, that's why I say y'all Africans be bugging, my nigga. Like, yo. Yeah, that shit was based on this nigga's real life. Yo, it's yeah, y'all Nigerians. Yeah, they sent the nigga back to Nigeria and the nigga bugged the fuck out. So and like that's why I say I'm sorry I'm laughing. Bro, that looks fire. I watch it. Yeah, the shit's crazy, bro. This nigga, he's bugging the fuck out. And that's why I say, yo, I gotta show y'all this shit. Yeah, the nigga, the Africans are definitely that's why I always tell people all the time, like Africans, they're different from black Americans. That's why I tell Shabaka all the time, like, yo, this nigga, if you really, I always tell people all the time, how the fuck you get confused on who you are? Yo, identity crisis. Nigga had an identity crisis. Cause don't forget, this nigga was around all white people in the 1950s, 1960s. Don't forget, it was like America. Like once we don't forget, once we paved the way for a lot of these immigrants to come to other countries, they started letting them in all over through Europe. The Europeans was getting mad because they're saying like, yo, they're gonna take all the jobs. So what was going on in England what was going on in America, it paved the way for people to come to England, to Switzerland, Germany, Spain. Like it paved the way for a lot of people, so that's why I always tell people all the time, like, yeah, niggas is out here bugging out. Snowfall was a good show. Yeah, man. Niggas is out here bugging the fuck out. This nigga, the nigga with the it's not funny, but it's funny to me because the nigga went to school like that, and niggas started laughing, and he didn't know what niggas was laughing at. Like, yo, my nigga, like, yo, some niggas have an identity crisis. It's an identity crisis because don't forget when niggas sent that nigga over here as a little kid. Niggas didn't explain nothing to the nigga. And like, you know what? We gotta end this show, so don't worry. I can explain a little bit more about this movie. But this nigga, I'm gonna tell you this. My uncle went through an identity crisis, but he didn't go through an identity crisis like this nigga did. Like my uncle, because my uncle was very dark skinned, and niggas was joking around with my uncle, and my uncle didn't really know how to take it as a kid. Like my uncle is very, like, for a man that how my uncle look, he's a very beautiful man. No homo, but yeah, my uncle's a very beautiful man. And like a lot of women like my uncle, especially black women, because my uncle's dark. He looks good. He works out and stuff. And like, yeah, my uncle was getting laid, but my uncle was only fucking white women. When he was younger, my uncle only fucked white women. My uncle went to what's that school? He went to Hesse College. My uncle still has the record of points scored in Hesse College. I don't think nobody hasn't broke my uncle record in the past like 20, 25 years, I think. I think my uncle still has that record. So it's crazy, but yeah, my uncle went through an identity crisis. Like, yo, I was reading my uncle's book because he wrote a book about his life. He said that he thought, because I guess he got bleach on some clothes and stuff. He said he thought he put it on his skin and he'll get it off, like he'll be lighter, you know. Like my uncle was teased when he was younger, but my uncle didn't know he was good. That happened to me too. I didn't know I was good looking. I wanted to be like dark like everybody else. But I stayed in the sun and I turned burgundy. I didn't turn dark. I didn't get dark. I turned burgundy. So it's like, and I didn't look like I was sunburned. I just looked like I was like native burgundy, like black burgundy. So I was like, damn, man, I want to be dark skinned like my uncles and like everybody else and stuff. But it just, shit wasn't like that. So it happens, but I didn't go no colorism problem. I didn't like, dude, well, I'm ugly as no. I didn't say no shit like that. It's just like I always thought, the darker the better, darker you are, the sexier you are. That's what I always thought when I was younger. But my uncle went through a colorism problem. Like niggas was calling him tar baby and shit like that. Niggas was joking around. My uncle didn't understand that. Like even to this day, they still call him black boy. But that's my other uncle's like alias. His name is Black Boy, but everybody loves my uncle. Like everybody loves him. All the women love my uncle, so it be like that, man. That's why I said when I get put on there, I'm gonna tell them like, yo, I need you to play this one role because I got this one little role I want my uncle to play. He's gonna be like a doctor. His name is gonna be Cutter. That's his name, and his name's gonna be Cutter. Because it's super dope. The movie, and this is why I say, I hope y'all donate because this movie, it's kind of biblical too. Because Brother Morningstar is basically considered Lucifer, the fallen angel. Then you got Sir Adam as the first person, Adam and Eve, as and also I'll give you another hint, like Miss Edna. Her real name is Edna Eve Morningstar Westbrook. People help you gain confidence. No, it's when I just started getting coochie, and I'm like, why is these girls approaching me? I didn't know why these girls was approaching me. Then they was like, yo, you're really good looking. Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't know. I was normal. I was a normal nigga. I just did normal shit. Wear sweatpants. I do what I do right now. When I was in high school, all I wore was sweatpants and sweatsuits. That's all I wore. Like what I do now. I wear only sweatsuits. It's comfortable. But I gotta start dressing up sooner or later. So it's this is why you have to finish that movie. You get it. Yeah, I finished it. So Miss Edna is her name is Edna. I don't know if I want to do Eve Edna Morningstar Westbrook or Edna Eve Morningstar Westbrook. I'm gonna do a poll for that. But and you could just tell me, Robin, because I know you're not on YouTube too. So if you're ever on YouTube, you could just subscribe and you could go either or. It's cool that you're on Kick. So thank you. I do appreciate it. But yeah, that's what I had to talk my way into. Okay, that's why you're a scholar, Dorsey. Hey yo, Dorsey, you know what it is? You know what it is about a lot of these Africans? I don't think they understand what a scholar to a leader is. A lot of these people be talking about Tariq Nasheed is a leader, and he's not a leader. He's probably a scholar or an elder. Like like in the hierarchy, there's elders, there's like the king. No, they're the kings, but there's the elders and there's the scholars. The scholars and the elders is probably on the same level. The scholars is the ones that are educated and know how to pinpoint what to do. The elders is the ones that been there and done that. They're like your board of the directors. That's all they are. They're like the board of directors. They help you figure out what's going on, you know. And I look at Tariq Nasheed as a lead, not a leader, but as a scholar or an elder. You know, I think a lot of these people are getting it fucked up when they say, "Oh, he's a leader. He's a leader. He's a coach." No, he's just a scholar, or like you, Dorsey. You're like a scholar or an elder because all the information and all the knowledge and all the experience that you have, Dorsey, that a lot of people don't know. You can only get that from a scholar or an elder. Even with the Bible wasn't written by God, it was written by scholars and elders. That's why they called it a good book. Yeah, Dr. Claude Anderson would be considered a scholar. Maybe an elder too, and or an elder because he been doing this for a very long time. Like he put his feet to the dirt. So yeah, you're actually right, Kai, Cash 101. Yeah, you're probably right. I think you're right. I'm agree with you. But yeah, it's I wanted to say that I might even do a show on that. Is Tariq Nasheed a leader? You know, I might even do that Friday. I'm thinking about doing that show Friday. Is Tariq Nasheed a leader? I was gonna say I was gonna do is Pan African is the Pan African movement a cult? You know, so yeah. Yeah, the 70s was a wild time, so many ideas were explored. Yeah, facts. So I definitely gotta agree with that. But I'm gonna land here and I'm gonna say this. Um, I think Pan African movement needs to go back to the game board and replan. And what I mean by replan, I think they need to go back to the drawing board and try to fix Africa. America is a there's a niggas is doing lovely over here. Niggas ain't gonna want to go back to It's like, yo, I just gave y'all the stats. 1 out of 20 black people are millionaires. Half of black people live in middle class neighborhoods or are middle class who has a middle class network. You know, so that's saying a lot. You know, it's just niggas. This is why I always tell people all the time. Um, I'm not worried. Foundational Black Americans is doing lovely out here. You know, and this is why I tell you, Robin. Yo, you gotta fix your people and you gotta police your people. This is what the scholars and the elders are for. If you really want to fix your communities, you gotta have scholars and elders. Like Tariq Nasheed is an elder. No, he's a scholar. I don't think he's an elder yet. He has put his feet to the ground, but Tariq Nasheed is still young. I don't even think Tariq Nasheed is 60. You know, but he's up there. It's just I'm just being personally honest. He's a scholar right now. You know, um, no, forget my address, nigga. Community orgies. Shout out to Dorsey. Dorsey. Shout out to Kai Cash too, and shout out to Robin. But yeah, it's. I think people gotta understand, and this is just me talking. People gonna have to understand that you need the elders, and the thing about it, I think this is where Pan African movement fails because they don't have any elders. I said Dr. Smalls is an elder, but Dr. Smalls is not on the same. He's not on the same game plan as Dr. Umar. Like I'm gonna give you an example. Even if they don't agree with each other, you can still like what's the word? You can still damn, there's a word for it. I apologize, everybody. You can still hmm, you can still, break bread with the other person. Is that Charlie? Lala? Hey, what's going on, Lala Brown? Hey, Lala Brown, I got a question. Sorry, everybody. I got a question for Lala Brown now. Hey, Lala Brown, what was that place you told me where I can get actors and actresses from? What was that site? That's what I'm looking for. Cause I got the flyers right now. I'm still trying to pick the day that I want to do it, but I want to put the flyers on a. I'm gonna start putting the flyers on Facebook sooner or later. So yeah. The site is called Casting. It's called On Casting. Oh, okay. Let me see. Let me look that up right now. Is it right here? Yes, it is. Thank you. I'm gonna put that. And there was another one too. But I got this one right here. So as many as y'all can give me. So yeah, I'm gonna put that on my board. Say it again. I said, what was that place that you was telling me about getting actors and actress? Or was that Charlie Shaw? You told me because I was telling you I was writing a short film. Yeah, you said I was writing a short film, so the short film is done. I gotta give me a second. Okay, cool. I got it. Yeah. But thank you, Robert. I do have that information, the casting call too. Y'all know I used to use my scooter to start keys. When? Today? I haven't rode a scooter in almost 15 years. I think I want to buy a scooter now. But you have to sit there and watch them closely because they have to read the line correctly. Oh, so this is online? Oh shit. You got a coach or a futon? No, not that calling cat, not that cat's calling, no. No, it wasn't me. So it was Charlie Shaw. I know models, but no actors like that. Except yours truly. Oh, yeah, you are an actress. I mean, you are a model and actress. Yeah, definitely Lala Brown. You could pass for a model or an actress. Definitely. The thing about it. Oh, sorry. If I had something dope in Florida, I would definitely would have hit you up on that one. I'm in a whole school game. Oh shit! Shout out to Charlie and her schoolie gang. But yeah, I'm gonna land right here and I'm gonna start giving my shout outs. Hey, let me see how the numbers is actually. Ooh, we didn't do too bad tonight. Okay. So I want to give my shout outs to all right. Shout out to Shabaka, Dorsey, Be Active, Kai Cash 101, a man B 1391. Shout out to you. Shout out to John Hancock, the Renaissance Woman 100. Salute FBA Combo, Big Grimmy, Fresh always. Shout out to you. What's going on, Adam B? Shout out to Adam B. Charlie Shaw. Shout out to you. Ray FBA. Lala. Shout out to you. JG11. U3X. Shout out to you. Bombs Legacy. Rando. Gullery. Black Snow Bunny King. E Will. What's going on, E Will? Osto Gray. And also a buddy from Kick. Robin, what's going on, Robin? Thank you for being on the show. I know it's a late show, and I apologize, everybody. We might do another late show tomorrow. I might not go to work, I'm debating, seeing if I can get my tattoo. If I can't get my tattoo, yeah, I'm gonna go to work. But I got great news for everybody. I bought some camera gear for the film, and I bought me a new mic. What's it? I wish I could see y'all's picture. No, I'll show y'all. I'll show y'all some pictures. Yeah, just keep reaching out to studios. You got this. Thank you, Robin. I appreciate that. I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay on the studios too. Thank you. Thank you, Lala Brown too. Definitely. I'm sorry it's a late show too. I don't know if y'all like the late shows. I hope you do. I just didn't want to miss another show. So yeah, that was my thing. I didn't want to miss another show. But other than that, thank y'all, everybody. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I just got to study. I might do a late show because I got to study for my map training. So I got to run up to my job and study for some map training. I think I'm going to take the test on probably Wednesday or Thursday. Yeah, probably Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon. But I just need to get this shit out the way. Thank y'all, everybody, for coming on my show. I appreciate it. And yeah.